it's not like I'm going to need that money anyway.
Right?
And that's
In real life.
That's what we're leading this stream with.
Oh, sweet.
If you could get into like a video game and live there, which video game would you want to be kind of like shunted into? What would be the best for you?
Am I invincible in said video game?
I don't know. I think you'd be like a normal NPC.
No, that's not very fun.
I'd like to be in the video game that has safe NPCs.
Yes, right?
'Cause most of the games that I play, there are a lot of NPC deaths. Like, it happens.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if I'd want to be like in a Grand Theft Auto kind of game.
No, it would suck to be an NPC in Grand Theft Auto. You know how many of those I've run over, and I'm a good guy.
What about like a MMO? You could pick something big, you know, where NPCs are usually safe. Star Wars Galaxies would be cool too.
I was going to say it's going to be either Star Wars Galaxies or the Old Republic,
Yeah.
because the NPCs are unkillable, and it's a Star Wars universe, so it's pretty good.
That'd be a good choice.
I mean, it's good up until the Halloween episode where everyone turns into zombies, and then you're a zombie. But you'll magically come back in the next episode, so it's okay. Anyway, welcome to Traveler. Tonight's episode is called Here Comes the Chaos. And that's mainly because I suspect tonight will be chaos. I do not have... I have plans, but I do not have a railroad for you guys. So I have prepared for you guys to do the things you said you were going to do. And if you do those things, that'll be fantastic. If not, it'll be chaos. We are going to start tonight with... Actually, so Thodubs wasn't here. So the first thing I'd like to do is I'm going to point to one of you, and this time it's going to be Ghost. Ghost, I'd like you to give me Frank's version from his perspective, not from your perspective as a player, a recap of the last episode, because I feel like he had the most emotional episode last time.
Last episode was pretty tough. There was a pirate, and some narkin. Anyway, we tried to find some caches, and that guy named Vincent that had the crimson suit. But more than anything else, I met a lady from my past who may be the mother of my child. So her name is Cindy Diaz, and she's a little crazy. She's from at least 6 years ago when I was running with a completely different crowd. And
Hi, Allie.
You know, things may have happened, and I may be a father. News to me. Didn't know that. But, that's going through my mind now. It's first and foremost. But on top of that, yes, there was this crazy pirate guy, and he wanted to have us go into like this cache and get Vincent out of it. So we tried to convince Vincent to get out of it, but he didn't want to get out of it freely. Anyway, we ended up kind of getting Vincent. We tried to get him to our ship, and then we got caught by customs. So we dropped Vincent off it with the police. And then we turned in all of the information that we found to the Valentine company. And I think Stacy made out like a bandit. Did I miss a bunch?
No, I think you covered pretty decent. Captain, you want to fill in a couple of the holes there?
First off, the important hole, he got with this woman who might be the father of his child after his wedding to Gaston, and I'm still interested in how that went down there, sir. Why'd
you call him a hole?
And then the pirate was Doubloon, who we previously chose not to hire. And we left Aiden in the hospital the entire time.
Which, when he says he left you in the hospital the entire time, there was one point where they were considering running and gunning to the ship. At which point, I believe they were like, well, Thudubs can roll a new character.
I did
I
say
don't think
that.
those were our exact words.
Yeah, it wasn't the exact
I
word.
feel-
I said,
I feel like we said something more or less like that, but okay, maybe those were our exact words.
I said you could take over as one of the other
As
NPCs.
Cindy, the baby
Yes,
mama.
Cindy. Yeah, that's what it was. We said he could take over as Cindy.
But that brings up our next order of business. Thodubs, you did miss an episode. We've got a new mini game for when you miss an episode. Ronan rolled on this last time, and he was super excited about it. So
yeah.
we have this very large dice and card right here in the middle. And what I need you to do, Thodubs, is take this giant pink dice. You roll it however you want to roll it. Okay? Whatever number it lands on is a thing on this chart that I will give you the details of what has happened to Aiden while he's been in the hospital.
But it's not a pink dice, it's blue.
I see it as blue too. But anyway, roll it.
It is blue.
It's purple. Am I? Hold on, I can fix it. Fixed.
Pink.
Now it's pink. Yay!
You know,
Wild ride.
this is one of the best ones. So,
Oh, great.
Man, how am I going to tell this story? Because a lot of shit happened in the Wild Ride. So Wild Ride is a ending where basically you went completely out of control partying. So you went into the hospital with a concussion from the getting bounced around during the race, and they fixed up your concussion. They fixed it up a lot faster than everyone else thinks, though. You got out, and you were like, man, this has been really stressful, and I know a good place to party, and I'm just going to go party. So you start bar hopping around the station. But you keep sending messages back to the ship saying that, like, you're still checked into the hospital. So all the shenanigans of last episode are going down. Your character kind of let his wilder side out. You go down to the Wild Ride bar, you go down to the boiler room, you enjoy the local scene. And at one point you're walking down the hallway and there's all these police just dragging these foamed up criminal thugs, away from you. And you're like, wow, that's weird. That's a thing you're going to remember having seen. Not knowing how any of that happened, but you're going to see it. And after you, like, I've had a lot of fun, now it's time to get back to the ship, you say, I'm going to check myself back into the hospital so that I'm, like, discharged from the hospital to my friends. They'll never know I was out partying the whole time. You check back into the hospital, they give you once over, and they're like, okay, well, you're going to need these pills. To which you would say something like, why, I'm assuming. And they're going to be like, well, you've got a thing. And if you take these pills reliably for like a month, you won't have the thing anymore. And in the meantime, you may experience some discharges out of your personal area. And just take the pills. And then they give you a big old fact sheet on this localized STD that's actually a parasite that lives in your junk.
Oh, I've got space herpes.
So you got some results from your Wild Ride. Also, when you come back to the boat and you hear this story about Cindy, you may start having things go through your mind of there may have been additional consequences from your, day or two out partying that could eventually come back to bite you. We are going to open the scene with Thodubs. As you roll up to the docking port for the Perfect Stranger, all the rest of the crew are back on board. You notice that the Perfect Stranger is in the best shape you've ever seen it in. She's gotten a pretty decent paint job. She's got all her plates look brand new and spangly. I mean, she's still a very industrial looking ship, but it's looking real nice. And you cross the umbilical and head inside. And this is where you guys are gonna see each other again for the first time in a while.
Wow, man, this ship looks freaking nice. This thing's brand new. I'm gonna take my shoes off when I walk into this place. Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing amazing. Welcome back.
How you feeling, buddy?
Feeling better. I just, got fixed up. Feeling good. We're, ready to progress and move forward in life, I guess.
Good. Have you met Liza?
I don't think so. Liza.
Liza is a guest of Luca's here on board, so just be aware. She's here.
Okay. What kind of guest, or do I not want to know?
You met her at the Wild Ride a couple of weeks ago before the.
Oh,
flight.
that. Nope. I remember. Sorry, it's just I've been in the hospital, But okay, she's still here, huh?
In the back of Aiden's head, he's like, "That's where she was."
Oh gosh.
Yeah, she's been real helpful. She helped us run down the remnants of the gang, and we got. I don't know if we got paid. Technically, we didn't get paid, but we got a stash of stuff and had some fun with the authorities.
Well, good. You guys had pretty eventful stuff. Yeah. Sorry, I missed that.
I mean, concussions are real. You feeling all right?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, 100%.
Oh! You should see the doctor.
I've been to a bunch of doctors. I got to see another one now.
No. You should see our doctor. She's got some cool new skin.
Oh! She's showing skin. She's showing skin, huh? Okay, yeah. Where's she at?
She's around here somewhere. I don't know. Go check her.
Yeah, you had to rush me through it while I was sitting here doing the art.
I just remembered that she looked cool and different.
Yep, there she is. I finished just in time.
Oh yeah, she's definitely looking different.
Yeah, she had a day on the town with Annika and Homer.
I'm gonna say Kathy walks in and is like, "I'm right here, I can hear you."
Yeah, you want to tell Aiden about your cool adventure?
I've been unlocking the parts of my humanity that I'd repressed, and we went shopping, and I got dresses, and it felt very good. And I had some shopping therapy, I think is what you guys call it. And I'm apparently very attractive. Lots of guys looked. Some girls too. Anyway, I had a great time with Homer and Annika. Those two are very much an item. I don't know if everyone's noticed, but I think they're thinking about having babies. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I can tell. And she keeps talking and jittering about that as she walks out the room as though she's still talking to you. And that's the most you guys have probably heard her say at one place at one time. And now she's kind of like a faucet that won't turn off.
She's definitely getting parts of the humanity back, isn't she?
Get him, Homer.
Homer and Annika are not actually in there. They're in the rec area.
Wrecking it up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they tend to do that in their quarters. They like to turn the gravity off.
Thank goodness for that Stewart droid. Go clean up the mess.
I mean, they have their own quarters.
Yeah.
It's not like they're in your room.
Well, they can do what they want there, then.
Now that we're all back together, I think we should come up with a plan.
Yeah, we should. Where are we headed, Captain?
Yeah, the plan is that we're gonna go back to actually moving forward on the plan that we've always had. Does anybody have any other reasons why we should stay here? We've saved the world a couple of times. I feel like we've worn out our welcome.
I mean, Frank could go meet his kid.
I don't know, you were running pretty fast there.
Captain, there's been a request from that ship. Speaking of Frank and his kid, they would like to know our next destination so that they can follow. That seemed like private information, but it is also Frank's family. should I pass that information on? Only Aiden can, or only Holmes can hear that.
You should absolutely pass that information on to Frank. He can answer it as he sees fit.
Onto Frank.
Yep.
Okay. Frank, you hear that exact same thing in your head.
Frank goes, God damn it! Oh, yeah, just go ahead and look. They're gonna follow us wherever we go, and maybe I should. Maybe I should meet the little tyke, and I gotta talk to her, I guess, and I figure things out. I don't know, Captain. Where are we going?
We are going, sir, over to the wonderful world of Herzenslust. Yep, that's where we're going.
Backwards?
Backwards, forwards, south.
Okay. It's just that Aiden told me you'd been there already.
Nope.
Interesting. Okay.
Them some good note taking. You're never gonna let him forget that.
No,
always got to pick on me. Huh? Okay, see, I just got out of the hospital with a concussion, and
Yeah, you didn't have that when you told him that you'd gone to Herzenslust already.
well, you don't know that. I could have had a concussion.
He's just giving him false information, playing them cards close to the vest. Well done, Aiden.
That's right. Hey, I didn't know who this guy is, Frank thing. Hey, just gonna give him some misinformation. Jerks.
This is good storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where we're going. We're going to Herzenslust, and by way of B Sankon, Bessincon, Sankon. Yep, that's the plan.
So we're gonna stop at the planet in between.
We are going to go into that space for potentially two reasons. One, so we can drop off our passenger as we gave her our word that we would, and potentially to let Luca do the buying and selling and making the money thing. And then on to Herzenslust, which is a Class E backwater. To go do our things there. Yes, that's the plan.
Acknowledged.
Unless Liza wants to go to Herzenslust, and we'll drop her off there. But I feel like she'd probably want to go to a C vice an E. But I could just ask her because she's right around the corner.
I'll be right back.
She's in storeroom, or sorry, she's in her stateroom.
Yep.
Chances are she'll want to go to Herzenslust, because despite your assumption that the starport is the ultimate level of technology, if you read about Herzenslust, you'll note that it has an express line to New Hulkus, and there's almost no traffic ever. Like, most people, the reason this planet has such a low, like, it is very deceiving if you're just looking at the tiles, but like, there's no traffic here. There's no economy here. There's no anything here, because everyone just goes from here to here. So you can do that. I mean, there is a place to tank. Like, there's a gas giant for you to refill, and there's none there at least. So that's a thing.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure she's going to want to stop at a gas station in space.
Yeah. We'll stop at the gas station and refuel at the gas giant thingy, and then move on to... Herzenslust has the gas giant thingy too.
Mm-hmm. Sure does.
So am I getting goods for Herzenslust or be sinking?
We'll go with Herzenslust and just go straight through. Unless we have a reason to go stay and to go to Besanken. We'll jump in there just because it's a habitable place that has a gas station in case we need it. And then we'll immediately go over there to Herzenslust.
Okay.
Unless anybody has any issues with that or reasons why we should do anything else, that's the plan.
So there's a thing you can do here before Kizik gets too deep into doing his spreadsheets in space, where you can like check to see if there's any special like cargo or something that people wants to move. You also need to take into account that I'm assuming you're filling up all the tanks.
Yes,
because you can fill them here for free. So you're going to want to move everything you've got in this tank into this cargo bay into that cargo bay. You also want to make sure that like you can fit what you need, because each of these has a tonnage. I believe it's 5 for the rock, 2 for the unicycle, and 13 for the glass sparrow, but don't quote me on it. In tons. But you can also look for people who want to move specific things. Like you can ask before you start doing the spreadsheets in space, are there like any special customers here? Or you can just do spreadsheets in space. It's up to you. I mean, Kizik might just be muted and is talking to me this whole time. I don't know.
Oh no, I was getting ready for them spreadsheets. Actually, now that I've got a little secret storage spot in my arm, I'd like to go and see if anybody has any, like, just information that they want sent to Herzen's Lust. And I'm going to put it in there, no questions asked, and I'm going to give it to somebody else, no questions asked, and start a little information trading business.
Ooh, that is very clever. Give me a streetwise roll.
Uh, 6 plus 2 is 8.
That is how math works. Okay, so you're not super successful, but you do find an individual who's a little panicked, and you almost pass him by, but you recognize him from the wild ride. Somehow he's missed all the sweeps, and he looks real nervous about something. And when you roll up and you try to talk to him a little bit, you're like, hey, did you get like stuck with your hand in the cookie jar and don't know what to do now? And he's like, yes, but maybe you can help me. And you guys have a conversation where he basically is like, I'm going to give you a data net address on Herzen's Lust. And if you can just send this message over the local data net, not through wireless, you will automatically receive a payment from an escrow account. Are you interested?
Yeah. Is it an encrypted message, or are you going to just tell it to me?
It's just a series of numbers and letters. You recognize it basically as some sort of like key code or something. It's not actually text. He offers you 9,000 credits for the job.
I see. You got all of that in like a text file on a data stick.
Yeah, it's on a data wafer.
Yeah, man.
Okay, you made your first connection, and he promises that he will give you more work if this works out.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to meet you. Good luck getting off of this space station. It's getting hot.
He's like, yeah, getting me off is less work than. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Let's just deliver the message.
Whoa. Damn, that was funny.
So after that, you guys don't want to look for any like physical cargo?
Yeah, let's ask around.
Okay. You've already rolled streetwise and been semi-successful. So I'm going to let you roll a broker to see if you can find some illicit cargo, or you can just roll a broker straight up to find some regular cargo. Special cargo jobs are different than the way they do it spreadsheets in space. If you find it, I'm just going to give you an item to move, and the size of it will be determined by my rolls. But that's assuming that you can find one.
Does Liza know anything about brokering? Actually, she knows a lot about the like ins and outs of this, right?
She absolutely does. As a matter of fact, give yourself a boost dice. Make your roll.
That's a 5 minus 3 is a 2.
She did know where a bunch of stuff was, but it's almost certainly been raided. If the balloon were still around, she would know thing you could steal from him. But it's already been seized by the police. Alright, so you can do your spreadsheets in space now, and the rest of us will continue on. So for the rest of us, it looks like the captain has laid out a course on the star chart. Last chance for any business here on the starport. Going once.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Cindy.
Okay. Give me a perception check before you do that.
Uh, 8.
So, basically, every time you pulled into port, there's been at least a half dozen messages from Cindy, and they like you've got an automatic rule that puts them in their own folder. But you have noticed that since your last encounter with her, she's not sent you even one message.
Maybe she got the message. Oh my god. This is going to keep freaking me out.
So you're gonna walk over to the dock where her yacht is?
No, I'm going to send her a message.
Okay. What's the message gonna say? Or are you just gonna call her direct?
Yeah, I should call her. Let me call her.
Okay. Let me roll a little something. Is your social negative or positive?
It is -1.
-1. Alright, well, she's not gonna pick up the phone immediately. You're gonna get a please leave the message after the tone voicemail thing.
Hey, Cindy, it's Frank Knowles. Hey, we're headed to Harrison's Lust, I think. I don't know why you're not answering your phone now, but when you get a chance, I'd like to sit down and actually talk, and maybe discuss our future together. I'm sorry, there's a lot going on with me. We'll talk more, I promise. Message me back when you get this. Thanks. Bye-bye. And I hang up. Oh, Frank, you poor bastard.
I mean, he's totally handled this situation very gracefully. That's /sarcasm.
Yeah. Yeah. It could have been better.
Okay. That's a good thought, though. And we'll see how all that plays out. I mean, there was you know for a fact, because the adjutant told you, that there was a message from her yacht sent to the ship asking where you were going. So, you know, probably is going to meet you there.
Yeah.
Captain, any last minute business?
Nope, I'm ready to move.
Aiden, you missed a whole episode. Anything you need to take care of?
Nothing I'm going to take care of. I think I might just head back to my room and find a quiet spot to pop one of my pills and get myself ready to go.
Okay. As you're relieving yourself in your quarters, you realize that the discharges have little worms in them.
Oh man, come on. That didn't feel right.
Does it tickle?
Yeah, actually, it was weird, but I kind of liked it, and I feel bad about saying that.
Do you have any points in slug? Oh shit!
You know what? I got to. That's worth something. Like that's a good one. All right, so let's go ahead and have everybody get in position. We need an astrogation check. Well, first I'm gonna have the perfect stranger pulled out of the slip. Does Luca bother trying to pilot the perfect stranger anymore? Or does he just let Ray do it?
Luca sits in the seat and supervises Ray.
So Ray gets a boost dice, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Also, Luca would never admit that he doesn't doesn't want to fly. But he's had his need for speed.
Okay, well, because he has a +4, Ray pulls a 12, getting out of the dock, and we very gracefully slip out of the high port dock. Traffic control clears us to the 100 diameter perimeter, and he starts burning thrust towards the edge of the system. It's about a 6-hour flight to get far enough away from the planet to be able to engage the FTL, and as you guys are cruising along, with whatever cargo Luca has acquired already on board, we're just hand waving that. You've already got that figured out, right?
I will by the time we make it there.
Excellent. So, we get to the point where we need an astrogation check. We need our navigator to tell us how to get where.
All right, I am heading up here. We know where we're going. We're heading over to Herveslust, right?
Not immediately.
Going through B Sancon.
Remember, we can only jump one tile at a time.
Oh, that's right. All right, let's do some astrogation here. Sorry, I'm talking without pressing the button here, so I got an 11.
Okay. You're supposed to roll 1d6 for time when you do a jump calculation.
You're right, I did forget.
You were jumping all sorts of things up on the table.
Yeah, I know, it's just kind of weird. I'm pressing, I think my talk-to-speech button is doing other weird things, so sorry about that.
Is it F or R?
It's Q.
Well, Q does things on tabletop simulators, that's why.
I will need to change that then.
Yep.
So let me try and roll that one more time without doing all kinds of weird stuff.
You can right click on it and tell it to roll. Okay,
There we go.
I think it's hours. Might be 3 minutes. It might be 3 times 10 minutes. Might be 30 minutes. We're gonna say it's 30 minutes, and the last thing to do is for the captain to give the order and the engineer to do the jump. Now, since we don't have a Taylor anymore, I'm gonna assume that Junkrat's just doing the jump herself.
Yes, that would be the plan.
Okay, well, you better hope that. All right, so what'd you got? You got a 10 there, Aiden? Or 12?
Sorry, I changed my key. I got an 11.
11. Okay, so that is an effect of 3. And Junkrat. That's you. And Junkrat's J drive is 1, and her education is 1, so that's a total of +5 to her 4. So she rolls a 9, which is a pass. And the ship jumps into jump space. You guys left Elise. Yay! Everyone's like, I thought I was gonna grow old and die there.
Yeah, we were there for a while.
Yeah, we were.
So now we've got a week in jump space. Nothing out of the ordinary is going to happen on this jump. So if you guys want to just tell me, either like if you're doing study periods or whatever, you tell me what you're doing for your week in jump space, and then we'll hit the next stop.
Okay. I'll go first. So I'm going to spend lots of time in my cabin quietly contemplating the greater meaning of leadership and discussing that with my not the most mature voice in my head, and work on our relationship and, you know, queuing things up with each other and like whatnot to make sure that I know what my little quantum entanglement computer in my head can actually do, and just hanging out with the adjutant and getting to know each other better.
Oh, we spending time together, Captain? That's so nice. Will you read me a story?
Oh yeah, called The Art of War by Sun Tzu.
I like this plan. That's right. Teach your artificial intelligence. It's in control of your ship, your head. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. This is a fantastic decision. I love it.
Ain't go wrong there.
Yes.
I would have started with like chess.
Let's be honest. He's a defense advisor thingy. Like he already knows this.
Starting with checkers, not chess. Gosh, man.
He's really smart, but he's not mature. So I guess there is some wisdom in that choice. All right, so you go ahead and put your study period for. Have you hit your 8 study periods or whatever you needed?
No, this is me starting a new one.
Okay. Kizik, what's Luca doing?
Luca and Liza are spending a lot of time together. Liza is helping Luca on his last study period for broker.
Oh, she's going to be extra good at that. I'll tell you what, roll a d6. This is your last study period?
Yes. One.
Not great, but she rolled really well. Give me a any type of social check you want to do, because you passed your last one, so she was starting to develop feelings for you. Assuming you want to enhance those feelings, you need to roll another social check.
A little persuade.
Yeah, a little persuade would work, but what are you trying to persuade her to do? Are you at the point where you're like, no, don't get off the ship next time? Or are you like, we'll just keep in touch?
Luca's going to, because she wants to go to hers in Lust. So he's still got another week, but he's now thinking, like, his brother was always there to pull him out. And he just successfully pulled her out of a bad situation, and he feels really good about it. So he's going to go to her and say, hey, like, I had your back. I pulled you out of a bad situation. Like, that felt really good. I don't know how that works. Also, you're very fun to be around, and we spent a lot of time together. If you don't want to get off the ship at the next one, like, here's a safe-ish place to be. You sound like you're always just on the edge, and I can kind of, like, help you stay on the little straight and narrow.
Let's see how well that goes over. There are good and bad points to that. But you rolled really
11.
well. Even with your social modifier, is that an 8 or higher?
With my social modifier, that's a 12 or higher.
Oh. Have you upped social?
No, my social's a 0. My persuade is a 1.
With your persuade score, got you 10-4. Okay. So, yeah, she's going to be like, yeah, I mean, I'd like to stay. I don't think the captain's going to let me stay, though. So you now have to have a conversation with the captain if you want to. Because he's still on board with the, like, he was told she's getting off of the next civilized planet. And he might be flexible on which planet is civilized, but he does think she's getting off the boat.
Yeah. I'm going to talk to him. Liza, thanks for those tips on brokering. Like, you make some real good points. I gotta go talk to the captain now. I'm gonna try to use some of those brokering points to let him make you stay. Then he's going to, like, leave her room and sprint down the hallway. Captain, where are you?
The captain's telling me a story. Oh, all right.
Captain.
Yes, sir.
So Liza's really nice, and you know how pretty she is, and she was really helpful, like, dissecting the inner workings of that criminal organization. And I think she'd be really good if she stayed and became part of the crew.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's a yes.
No, not even kind of. So let's as you're the XO here, and we're here behind closed doors, like, let's take a look at what this looks like. Who knows why we're going to Herzenslust on this ever-growing crew of ours?
I think Yumi and maybe Aiden.
Fact. So we've got Frank, the unknown guy that we met on a planet full of bad. We have the super awesome ancient doctor lady who we met on a planet of really bad. We've got Ray, Homer, Annika, all of who have proven themselves and know what we're doing. Just not know why we're going to Herzenslust, and we're adding more. And we got Junkrat, who's doing awesome things, and we got Super Battle Droid down there, K62, and Welly, because we can't forget Welly. So there's a little bit of concern over like, are we doing a spying thing or are we making an army?
I understand what you're saying, but she has her like ear to the ground to the criminal organizations, at least on one planet, and I'm certain that like her being a local, actually Gigi might know the criminal organizations. Homer definitely doesn't know them.
Ray definitely does.
Ray was almost a prince at one point.
Well, you do also have a Vargar pirate on ice in the cryo tube there, Captain. That would be a resource for criminal information.
We also were supposed to drop him off before we left the system.
Oh man, we're in hyperspace.
Well, define drop him off. I mean,
I
kissing him.
Well, so you're not in that conversation, but that is what the adjutant was about to say. I could just eject the pod.
No, he gave us the information we needed. Like, no reason to go back on our word.
Also, Frank pulled me aside and said that he kills people like professionally. Did you know that?
Fact.
Oh.
Yes, but we don't know who he works for.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I assume, because of his actions on the other planet, that he's probably GIA related, or at least Alliance related, and he's had our back. And like, I'm not really worried about Frank because he's had plenty of opportunities to kill each of us individually if he wanted to.
Yeah, he almost blew me up with that refueling station.
But he also kept you alive. When I tried to blow up another ship.
Oh my goodness. Oh, you did blow up. Oh man. So you're saying she's got to prove herself to be loyal to us before you let her ride further than Herzenslust?
I'm saying that she's had, like, she knew a lot when it came to being on Elise, which we are no longer on and have no intention of going back to anytime soon. I don't know how big her criminal relations go. Was, like, is she deep in a criminal organization? And if she is, how loyal is she to said criminal organization?
I mean, she just had her data port pulled out against her will, so I don't think she's very loyal to them right now.
I'm not like opposed to it. I don't. We got to be careful still.
Yeah, I didn't think of all of that as I was skipping down the hallway because you know how often people look at me to be the good guy and I did the nice thing and oh man. And Luke is kind of like hopping back and forth on his feet and smiling a lot more than you've ever seen him smile.
Yeah, we got to keep our eyes on her and make sure. I don't want her knowing about the super secret squirrel room or any of that yet. So
that's a maybe. I can go back and tell her maybe.
that's a solid conversation to continue. The rest of the crew knows exactly what we are and what we're doing, or maybe not what we're doing, but they know what we are. Like, she doesn't know what we are. But yeah, so solid maybe.
Solid, maybe. That's all I can ask for. Thank you, Captain. You can get back to reading your story now.
Yay!
Okay. Ghost. What is Frank going to spend his week doing?
Well, it started as a horror movie marathon with Welly and the cat. And then, like, the first movie I was watching, there was some sort of, like, telekinetic villain who made people's heads explode. And as my father used to say, every dog has its day, but the smart ones have a backup plan. And I think I'm going to go talk to Annika and ask her about that kind of thing and see if there's any way to defend from it.
Okay. So, Homer and Gigi spend most of their free time in the rec room. There's like PlayStations, a big screen TV, and then workout equipment. Pretty much all the recreational equipment is jammed in this room. So they spend a lot of time in here. And as you come in, they're together on the couch watching a horror movie. Not the same one you were watching, but one of them. What do you say?
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you two, but Annika, do you have a minute? She could probably tell that I'm pretty nervous about this. I was just watching a horror movie, and I got something. It's really freaking me out. I just need to know, if you don't mind me asking.
So what may surprise you is how apprehensive Annika looks about stepping away from Homer with you. But she does step aside, and she walks over to like the workout equipment, so she's still within eyesight of Homer, but out of earshot for you guys to talk. And she's like, What are you afraid of that you saw in your horror movie?
All right, so the villain in the horror movie had like psionic powers, right? And he could make other people's heads explode and read their minds and all sorts of crazy stuff. I have felt that kind of inner power before. So I do know it exists, and I was just wondering if you had ever heard of a way to defend somebody from it, or maybe like be able to mask my brain from somebody else's.
So, as a player, I have talked to Ghost about the fact that Frank is very, very, very thinly psionic. But does Frank know that he's psionic? Because, as far as I know, the only person on this boat who knows he's psionic is Annika.
I think he knows that it exists as a thing.
Okay. So he's just like, I'm afraid of this happening to me, and I don't think I have any defense against it, is how he's phrasing it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Annika, let me see if she's got a high enough social to like catch on, like if she's picking up what you're putting down, because she does know that Frank is psionic and isn't able to read him, so she can't just read his mind and tell, that he's legitimately just worried about this. Let's see, that is a 8 with a 1, and I'm gonna say that is there's not really a skill for that. I guess I could use the psionic skill for it. That would make sense. Okay. So she's gonna say, Frank, are you telling me that you don't know how to defend against a psionic reading?
That would be true, yes.
Do you trust me?
Well, yeah, that's why I'm coming to you for help.
Do you really trust me?
Sure.
She holds her hand out, palm up.
I furtively put my hand in her hand.
Okay, now here's the thing that you've got to do. Frank needs to make a conscious choice because he's going to know immediately that she is trying to probe your mind. He's also going to know immediately that if he lets her in, it's like opening the door. There's no like saying don't look in this corner. But he has to make a conscious choice to let her in.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
And I have my reasons.
Okay. Annika is going to look quizzitively, and you're going to find yourself in Frank's childhood home. It's just like you're magically teleported to the main hallway in his childhood home. And as you walk to each room of the home, instead of the normal contents of the room, it's major parts of your life as it is now. The things that you're thinking of, that you're worried about, are in one of the rooms, and you can watch as Annika views these things and realizes why you have these fears and realizes what's going on, and she has the revelation that you're wanting her to have. And then she realizes as she walks further that you don't know you're psionic, so she opens a door, and inside that door is like a mirror of all her experiences when she touched your mind and the knowledge that goes with them. And Frank suddenly realizes that he does have this power. And while you're probably not nearly powerful enough to stop an intense psionic bombardment from a powerful psion like Annika, you will instantly know if someone's trying to do it. You'll have an early warning system against psionics, and she also teaches you the skill of being able to detect other psions within about a mile range. It's the best you're going to be able to do with your very limited capabilities. So you've now gained the ability to spend one of your 4 psi points to close your eyes and do like a ping, and it'll instantly ping out and let you know if there's any other psions. With a high probability, they'll know you're there too.
Right. Okay.
And as she lets go of your hand and you're back into the rec room and you realize it was all a psionic illusion, she tells you that's the best that I can do for you. But now that I understand you a little bit better and I know that you're, a mostly good person, if you ever find yourself up against an enemy like that, I will do my best to help you.
I appreciate all of your help. And I think wobbly kneed. I'm gonna go back to my room and cry.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves for just a second. Or don't talk amongst yourselves, you don't have to.
I'm looking through the book. I'm trying to find out, how much does it cost to put somebody, book passage for a single person?
It depends on how far they're going and what level of comfort they're looking for. Why?
Thinking of ways to get, to keep our word and get the Vargar guy to where he wanted to go.
Oh. Just to jump one system back?
Yep.
There's a standard fare. There's standard price. That's in the core rulebook. Actually,
Yeah,
it's in the section where Kizik gets his spreadsheets and space stuff under passengers.
It doesn't have a price.
High passage is 9,000 credits. Middle passage is 6,500. Basic passage is 2,000. Low passage is 700.
Where's that at?
Page 239.
Oh wow, I'm way off. I'm only on 158.
This is why you assign players to have specialties. Because I could have found it given another 5 minutes, but I knew he'd know exactly where it was.
Yeah, I'm not socially adept enough to get us passengers, but I can get us some cargo.
Which you have done.
Yes. And I then verified that it actually would fit in our cargo with the stuff moved to the front because we got 3 bays full of food or liquid gas.
Yeah, I'm not eating that or drinking that. Like, it's fuel. Like, it has a purpose other than my consumption, not food.
All right. So, that takes care of Ghost. That was also a really good little segue, Ghost. Annika now trusts you, by the way. That was a pretty big step.
Okay.
So, Dubs, what has Aiden been doing? He died of penis worms.
Sorry about that. I'm pressing the wrong button here for talk.
Mhm.
So during this time period, Aiden is gonna, since given his recent medical trauma,
Mhm.
is actually going to spend a lot of time actually looking through medical books, trying to learn. So surfing the web, looking at medical information, so kind of improving his medic abilities.
Oh, does he spend any time with Dr. Cathay? She's a actual doctor.
He does. He actually bounced a lot of questions off her as far as different things. He hasn't told anybody about his situation yet.
Okay, so you and Kathy, I'm just gonna call her Kathy for my own sanity. She's like helping you look up various things, and she's picking up what you're putting down. She realizes you have a thing, and she's like, "Aiden, do you want me to have a look at your issue? I'm a doctor. This is strictly a professional thing. I can look at this for you." Kathy's, even though it's all silicone, has got a very attractive form now.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Okay, so let's do a couple rolls. So you can do a roll to maintain your cool. That's a social check. And she will do a medical check.
Oh, great.
This may work in your favor significantly. Let's see. That's a 7 plus 4 plus her int. So she ends up with a plus 13. Sorry, a 13. It's not plus 13. That'd be even more awesome. Although a difference, it makes no difference in this case. Did you roll above an 8?
I did not. I got a 6.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you have a physical reaction to her handling you. And she's like, oh, yeah, that's a thing that happens. I forgot.
Oh,
and
dear.
and then that awkward moment makes it hard for you to like look her in the eyes like for 2 or 3 days. So, and if you want to start studying medic, you may add a study period for medic.
Copy that. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in my room being bashful now.
Mm-hmm. I like how your characters are the polar opposite, because your last character would have been like, "Yeah, babe." This character's like, I'm just gonna go alone now. All right, that's all the players getting through their first jump. And you guys are going to come out of jump space at Escanon. And basically they're like, yeah, you can skim from the gas giant for free. They're going to have a couple of like port warnings. So as you guys jump out of jump space, you're going to hit up the satellites, and not a ton of people are like in the system. But one of the things that they are going to say is that if you want to, refuel here, and you don't have to because you got to fill full tank, so you could keep on. If you want to refuel here, you have to skim from the gas giant and refine your own. There are currently no fuel services or any services at all available to off-worlders on the station. The station is closed for business.
I mean, free gas is free gas. We got a refinery. We got a skimmer. Like, let's take the time so we got a full tank.
Yeah, let's do it.
Is this just like a automated message that says the
Yeah, it's an automated message. Basically, it says there's been an incident in system. The station is closed. If you are, not part of the government, the independent government of Escanon, you are welcome to tank off at the gas giant. But you are in system at your own risk, and there are hostiles in the system.
What do you guys think?
We got fresh new hull points to spend. Get some free gas.
My silence is not a foreboding thing. I am just looking up the rule book on how to do something.
I say skim it for free, man. You're getting free fuel up.
Yeah, free fuel is free fuel. Let's go get some gas, but let's everybody
I'll get on the guns.
Yeah, Homer and you get on the guns. Everybody do that battle station thingy.
Okay, so you move the ship to battle stations.
Aiden, you don't get to hang out in your room being shy anymore. I need you on the sensors.
Okay, I'm on the way.
Frank, you know anything about
Anything about spaceships, Frank? Anything at all?
I know how to defend them if somebody gets on board.
Okay, well, go get in your vac suit then and be ready to repel borders.
Okay.
God. Also hilarious. So you didn't mulligan any of those points in any spaceship stuff? You didn't change that character at all, did you?
I hadn't made my choice yet because I didn't know what I was going to end up needing to do.
Okay.
That's on me, I guess. Do we need a gunner tonight?
It's all good. You make that choice whenever you feel like you need to make that choice.
Luke is on the ladder to his normal gun, and he kind of pauses and he turns around and he goes, Captain, you want me on the front guns or the surprise pop-up guns on the back?
More guns in the back, including missiles. Go back. To the back.
Right,
Yes.
so you've got everybody on high alert. So the first thing that oh damn, I lost my place. First thing that Ray is gonna say is, yeah, Captain, it's gonna take us like 6 hours to get out to the gas giant. You really want everyone like fully like on their toes and ready to fire that whole time? Because if we wear them out and then we need people and then they're all like fatigued from sitting in the turret on high alert the whole time.
I concur with your assessment. I do, however, want them in there for the initial like turn and burn towards the gas giant, so we can do a quick make sure everything's good and like nothing's trying to get us beforehand. Stand down everybody from full battle stations until we get closer, but everybody awake and ready to respond as necessary. Does that make sense?
10-4. I think that's a great idea. I mean, I'll be in the pilot chair either way. We are about 6 hours transit time, one direction. I was not planning on doing a hard burn. Unless you want me to, I can cut that time dramatically if we're willing to do a higher G burn and then flip halfway through.
I don't think there's any need for us to.
I agree that it is a unnecessary risk, but if you're worried about being attacked, that would make it very difficult for them to attack us. Whoever them are.
I don't know that them exists yet. We just have a radio recording that says there are hostiles in the system.
And 4.
I would also like to make a naval tactics roll to take a look at between where we are and where we're going to go refuel at to see if there's obvious like ambush points or anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Ooh, 7.
Okay. So there's nothing that you can think of immediately. Like there's definitely spots there, but there's nothing that stands out to you as this is where it would happen.
Got it.
I'm going to take a very quick bio break. I know it's a bit early, but I'll be right back.
Kind of hard to drop the Vargar guy off when we can't even get to the space station.
Yeah. We'll take them all the way to Hersenslust, though.
Yeah.
2 parsecs, high passages, 14,000, middle passages, 10,000, basic passages, 3,000, low passages, 1,300.
I'm gonna go with we'll be nice and put him on middle passage.
Luca's eyes are popping out of his head.
You want to put him on low passage?
Low passages, we just kind of give him the ice bucket that is him. Also, is a known pirate and might just get spaced anyway.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be by us.
Hey, Captain, I got a new member of the crew I'm looking for. There's a pirate. He did pretty poorly at defending against a raid, and kind of did well at informing on his own people. I think we can save him.
No, we can't.
Um,
We got Frank on board. He's a Vargar. Since we've known Frank, I don't need another ship crashing into our ship just to take him out. Pretty sure Frank did that on purpose, but not really.
I need to do a library or a journal investigative to see if the 14 people that were killed on the Vargar colony ship
42.
belong to this guy. 42, sorry. All his extended family.
So, I cannot find for the life of me the little bit of the book that tells you how to do fuel skimming. And that's why I've been so distracted while Rex has been trying to ask me very simple questions. Also, when I'm doing that, if you guys realize I'm doing that, it's super awesome if you could talk amongst yourselves and not ask the GM a bunch of questions. That's not always possible, I know. But I can't find how to there's a part in one of these books that says this is step by step how you scoop up fuel and refine it. And I cannot, now that I need it, I can't find it.
Yeah, because we've done that before.
We have done it before, but I don't remember how to do it. So I was just letting you know why I was so distracted.
Stranded in deep space. Engine's dead. Don't panic. Call Z-Back's tow service. The most trusted name in starship recovery across the galaxy. With rapid response crews and powerful tow ships, Z-Backs can get you out of any jam. From dead zones to pirate ambushes, we're just a quick comms call away, 24/7, no matter how remote your location. Don't let a breakdown ruin your journey. When you're in trouble, think Z-Back's tow service, bringing you home, no matter where you are.
Page 157. But they're funny.
You said 157?
157, top left, gives a quick, requires a difficult 10 plus pilot check with 1d hours with dexterity. And then it says there's more notes in the Traveler Companion.
157 in the core rulebook?
Yep.
No, it isn't.
I'm looking at one that's page 246 that's showing some stuff about star. It's going about gas giants.
Yeah, gas giant. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at.
I was just making sure I'm looking at the right rule book, though. This is the one from 21.
Yes, it is the 2021 book that we're supposed to be using, but I didn't think Ronan had one that wasn't the 2021 book.
I have the 2022 book.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it is a 2022 book. That is correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
under
So on page
spacecraft operation. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, on actual page 157, or I mean, I don't see it on either of them, but
I'm looking at the physical book.
to 157 physical.
Yes.
Top left says may gather fuel scoops from bodies of water. That's not the same thing as doing. That's not scooping from a gas giant.
It may also scoop hydrogen from a gas giant. The next sentence.
Oh, it does say that. Oh, it's in the Traveler Companion. That's why I can't find it. I don't have the right book open. Hold on a second, guys. I'm the dumbs. I'm a great GM. Don't listen to me. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Aye.
This is sick. Thank you. Thank you for not arguing with that. Your contribution is appreciated. I wish it said what page in the Traveler Companion it was in. That would be super helpful, but no.
Hey there, cosmic cowboys and stargazers. Are you tired of the same old earthbound investments, boring stocks, dull real estate? Well, hold on to your space helmets, because we've got something out of this world for you. Introducing Stellar Prospects, an asteroid mining company that's more fun than a zero-gravity dance party. Brrr, brrr. Picture this, our mining vessels equipped with disco balls and lasers boogie their way through the asteroid belt. We're talking interstellar grooves and cosmic congas. Why invest in Stellar Prospects? Let me break it down for you like a beatboxing astronaut. Number 1, Cosmic Bling. Our asteroids are blingier than a supernova. Number 2, eco-friendly vibes. Our fusion-powered drills, they run on star juice. Number 3, space tourism with a twist. Book your asteroid tour now. Imagine slipping zero-gravity mojitos while floating past a glittery space rock. It's like a spa day for your soul. Stellar Prospects, because life's too short to invest in boring stuff. Let's shoot for the stars and do the moonwalk.
That's a hell of a long commercial, but that was also fan-fucking-tastic.
Well done.
That was really cool.
I mean, that was one of those ones where you said, all right, AI, just go to town. I'll read the whole thing.
Did you find it, Ark? I got page 156, chapter 27 in the companion tablet.
I did. I didn't want to interrupt that fantastic thing that Kizik was doing. I didn't either.
That was really beautiful.
In his first sentence, I was about to say, let me read this to you, but I can't top that. So, you know what? Aiden, you've got the book open. Why don't you tell people how to do this?
Oh, no, I found where it's at. Now, how to do it, that's a totally different thing.
You're not just going to read it and say you do it this way?
Holmes and Ray are talking about how they're going to figure it out, and Aiden's got a book open. He's like, hey, guys, it says this.
Well, so it says, I mean, we got different options, right? We got Wisp, we got the extreme shallow depth, extreme depths. I mean, which one were we looking at doing?
What's the difference?
Abyssal depths. Oh gosh, a whole bunch of differences.
I feel like the last time we did it shallow, and it just took more passes to do it.
So, in essence, the deeper you go, the more rich the fuel is, but the more risk to the ship.
Yeah, looks like it.
You did. I think you did do shallow last time because it's reasonably safe to operate in and allows skimming for fuel at half the normal rate.
Yeah, pretty positive we did shallow last time.
Okay. This is one of those operations that requires a pilot and a co-pilot, so Luca is going to have to make checks unless someone else wants to be the co-pilot. We also had a really good engineer helping last time, so I'm going to have Junkrat make some rolls.
I concur. Luca should be assisting with the piloting.
After that commercial, he's got nothing left.
Oh no, I was just back here waiting for the captain to call me up to the front. It's a long walk.
Junkrat standby on fuel processors, and whatnot. Do you need any assistance back there, Junkrat?
I could use an extra set of hands, even if it's just to help move hoses. Strong back, weak mind.
I can do that.
Sweet. Go, Frank.
Yep. All right. Me and Junkrat. How them goggles working out?
They're fantastic. Actually, I'll show you how to use them to look for leaks while we're doing this.
Sweet.
Okay, so Frank's going to make his way back to Junkrat. Thank you, Frank Knowles. If you could lift this cable, and she points to a cable the size of an economy car. It's a hose. And she's like, it needs to go from that hole to that hole. And I'll work on this one over here. Now, she's in an exosuit, so she can lift this shit. Frank, give me some sort of athletic strength check.
I rolled an 8, and I've got a 1 in strength and a 1 in strength.
You handily put this thing in, and you start snapping cables in. Junkrat's very pleased with your progress. This is going to give Luca a boost dice to make his piloting check. It's a DM -2, but you get a boost dice. Oh, sorry, it's a DM -1, but you get a boost dice.
Flying a spacecraft. That boost was very helpful. I got a 8 plus 1 plus 2 for a 11 minus 1 is a 10.
Okay. You guys can scoop 10 tons a day at this current depth. You need to fill I believe it's 40-ton tank.
You say 10 tons a day?
Well, it says it can process 20 tons a day. And it doesn't actually say how much you can scoop. Let me look something up real quick. Processing is not the same as scooping. Make passes. 1% of its whole tonnage per pass. With a pass requiring 2D minutes. Okay. But that's for the Swiss player. Oh no, that's a standard run. Okay, that's wanting to retain 20% of the total D player would need 20 passes plus 7 minutes each. Okay. It takes a total of 140 minutes, and you need 20 passes. 140 minutes isn't that long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, since everyone passed their checks, that you guys start making the passes. Now, here's where the good stuff comes in. Aiden, fueling operations, they're like super stressful. You are going into the atmosphere of a gas giant. Sensor operations are super important to this kind of thing. You're using the LiDAR and radar to measure the density of different gas pockets. You're looking out for ships or debris in the atmosphere. It's a pretty intense job. So the first thing I'm going to ask is, how are you accomplishing this? If you want to do anything special, which will absolutely benefit if you can come up with a good solution for how you're doing this. And then I need a check from you that is your sensors check.
So how I'm doing this, you mean to mitigate the stress? Is that what you mean?
No, I gave you this little manual a couple sessions ago. And it goes over all the different things you can do for sensor operations. It's basically Sensors 101. And in it describes the different ways in which you can use the tools available to you as a sensor operator. And it suggests many different things that you can do, like that you can narratively say, like, I'm pinging this rock at this rate to see how far it's moving away, or I'm trying to establish the weight and mass of a vessel by tracking the way it moves through an atmosphere. Things like that. Like you only have LiDAR and radar, but you know, a knife isn't just a knife. A knife can also be a screwdriver. And if you know how to use your tools correctly, you can make this check much easier. It's not just I roll sensors. That's why there's a whole book dedicated to it.
Exciting looking.
So we're going to come back to that. I suggest if you haven't read it, because I gave it to you several sessions ago, you should probably read it for next time, and we'll just go to the roll. I don't want to waste the whole session, but
Copy that.
I thought maybe you'd read it. It's going to be fun.
Yes, it will be. So we have a 4.
Okay. Let's give the adjutant a chance. He is the ship now, right?
Yep.
Nope, he doesn't do it either. Okay, so the first sign that something has gone wrong is a catastrophic explosion hitting the top side of the hull. There are alarm klaxons. It hits so hard that everyone's, even with grab plating, is temporarily knocked off their feet if they're not sitting strapped into a chair. Alarms go off. There's a sudden loss of power. Ray's head smacks against the forward console and he's rendered unconscious, which means Luke is now driving the Perfect Stranger by himself without the benefit of the extra people at the helm. Holmes, you are tossed from your seat, but you take no significant damage. What does everyone do?
I keep the ship as steady as I can. We're inside of a gas giant right now.
Yes, you are at the shallow layer of a gas giant, and you've just taken a direct hit. I won't make you roll for this. Your first indication that you're in deep, deep shit is the explosion. Your second indication is you're in the shallow layer, but your altitude is significantly dropping. Like the needle is just spinning as you are now moving downward at an accelerated rate, and you probably have less than a minute before you're going to hit the next deepest layer.
I'm going to push down and then pull up to try to use that gravitational things to get us level and have the ability to pop back out.
Okay. Give me a piloting roll. Holmes, what are you doing while he's doing that?
Calling out on the speaker system for a damage report and asking specifically engineering status of the engines.
Did we just get shot?
So,
Probably.
Since you asked that question, I'm assuming all this is happening in real time. Homer is going to cry out and be like, yeah, that was a missile. That was definitely a missile. There's a chunk the size of a car missing from the topside armor. Because he's in a turret on top and can visually see this.
Homer, are we losing any air?
I can't tell. I'm currently firing the sandcaster above us, assuming there's more missiles coming.
Luca, get us.
You guys can
Get
hear.
us out of the thing.
You guys can hear the sand caster exploding and then gravity pulling the sand down onto the ship, so it sounds like it's raining outside the ship. Luca, how'd your roll go?
Luca's eyes are focused, and he's now white knuckling the ship's handles. I rolled exactly an 8.
All right. So you're able to,
I've-
with the 8, you can stabilize.
Yep, I've stabilized her. We're in like level 2 still, right?
Yeah, you are in shallows, which is shallows.
Oh, I thought we had-
Shallow is level 3.
Okay. We're in level 3. I said, Captain, I got her under control. You want me to come out?
Yes.
Hold on. We haven't gotten through all the players, but you can make another action on your next turn. Ghost. These pipes popped free during the explosion. You need to roll some sort of dexterity, or just take the hit, or do whatever you want to do. Junkrat got hit by a pipe and knocked into the fabricator, and she's not hurt, but she's definitely dazed.
I rolled snake eyes.
Okay, well, you failed worse than she did. So I'm going to say that same pipe comes back and hits you for 7 damage. Your armor counts, if you're wearing any, because you're on the ship. And that is going to smack you into the side of the wall. That is a significant problem. Okay, let me go with the other players. So there's K62. He is actually, because there is a bunch of fuel in the tanks, can't go the way he wants to go and has to come all the way up here. I'm gonna let him get there because he's a robot. Annika can't do anything, so that roll doesn't matter. Homer does his sand casting. The doctor and everyone else can't really do too much. Okay, now we're gonna come back to the top of the round. Bad guys are gonna go first.
Did Aiden do anything in that last round?
Oh, I thought you're right. His sensor operation is really a sneak attack round. So yeah, Aiden, if there's something you want to do here, you should get a proper turn.
There really wasn't. I know we just got kind of bounced around. I think we were already talking about how we're actually descending. So, did we know what rate we're descending at?
I got us leveled off. I'm under control of the ship.
You try to find the thing that shot us?
Absolutely, definitely like to find that. So I'd like to see if I can get a reading on the location of whatever got a hold of us.
Okay. So, just a basic idea of how you're doing that is what I'm looking for. I can just give you a roll, but just asking for rolls without any details are hard rolls to beat. It would help. Let me give you an example to help you out here. I would say, okay, I would not say, oh, I just want to do that. I want to achieve this objective. You should say what you're doing to achieve it. So you should say, I'm going to swivel the sensors up and look above us where the missile came from to see if I can detect anything. That's kind of a better example for you.
Gotcha. Definitely more narrative. Yep,
Yeah.
You're right.
We'll give you that one as a freebie if you want to just roll now.
Okay, we'll do that then. All right. Okay, so we got an 8.
Okay, let's pass. So, as you swing the LiDAR up and start pinging, you notice that you've moved, as you've been skimming, you've moved underneath a patch of small metallic objects. These metallic objects look to be roughly the size of a footlocker each. And there are probably 100 of them sitting up in the wisp layer of the gas giant. They're also coming back with power signatures, as you can switch between electro-optical, infrared, these are things that are in that book, LiDAR, radar. Okay. So you can use these different sensors to pick up on different things that might tell you something, and the electro-optical is basically just a really advanced camera, but it can also sometimes detect in atmospheres interactions, so you can see like little thruster bursts and stuff. These things are not drifting, they're under control. You're taking notes on all that, right?
I am trying to write as fast as I can, yes.
Okay, well, you've got a minute, because you've discovered these metallic objects, and now, Holmes, you can see a display on your captain's display as Aiden has forwarded the sensor data, and it basically looks like there's an umbrella of these polka dots above you, up in the wisp of the gas giant. You're 2 layers lower than it, and Luca has just started to try to pull you directly up. Luca, it's your turn.
Going up still, Captain.
No, steady as she goes.
Can I close the vents, the scoop part, or is the scoop part always open?
You can absolutely cut the scoop and stop taking on unrefined fuel. That is a thing you can do.
Yep. I'm going to keep that going, and I'm going to... do we have things that I could be prepared to dodge for?
Yes, so you only have 1 point of ship thrust. That's the biggest downside. You are a freighter, for all intents and purposes. So if you want to stop your forward momentum, you can save that point of thrust to do dodge. That is kind of your piloting tactics thing. It's also worth noting that when I say you can close the scoops, I don't mean you personally can do it. The ship can close the scoops, meaning the engineer can close the scoops.
I'm going to put that on the comms. Say, close those scoops. We're under attack. You said I have to come perfectly still in order to be able to dodge?
I mean, you're not necessarily... So thrust is really acceleration. You got to remember that. It's not like you come to a dead stop because you stop thrusting forward. Now, in an atmosphere and gravity like you are now, you will start to slow down because of resistance in the gas layers. But in space, unless you brake, you just keep going forward. So thrust is really acceleration or deceleration.
Cool. I'm going to kind of let her eat, and we're going to start another little nosedive so I can thrust off of that if we see another ship coming.
Excellent. Holmes.
For this umbrella above us, how far are we in the umbrella? Like, are we close to the edge of it, or are we smack dab in the middle of it? Can I see an end to it?
Based on Aiden's scan, you can't actually see. So you're actually pretty far down in the gas giant. Well, not pretty far, but you're layer 3. So your resolution on the topside scanners is very, very narrow, and you can kind of only really see in a short distance up above you. But as far as you can tell, it goes all the way to the edge of your scanner range in every direction. It's likely, well, it's definitely that it doesn't cover all the gas giant because you guys got in here just fine.
Okay, Luca, turn us around and we'll go back the way we came. Aiden, guide him to make sure that we're going the same course that we came in on, while watching to make sure the rest of those little things don't come after us. And I'm going to do a medic check to get down and see if I can wake Ray up.
Okay.
And see if he's got any actual damage to him, or if he just hit his head. But some basic first aid on Ray, because I'm standing here.
Okay, you also have a ship's doctor you could call. In full disclosure, I just rolled for Ray to wake up at the end of the turn, so if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. Because I've been rolling him at the beginning of each round to wake up at the end of the round, and he rolled a 10 this time, so he will wake up. Bloody nose, but he'll wake up.
And then engineering report status of shutting fuel scoops and status of the ship's engines.
So Junkrat is going to reply when you say engineering and be like, "It's a mess down here. We're working on it. It is going to be a minute though."
It's fucked, Captain.
What he said, what Frank Knowles said is exactly the truth. It is It is, as eloquently as he put it, it is fucked down here. We have gas leaking into engineering.
Okay. Do you need assistance?
We need K-62, and we might need firefighting gear.
Okay. K-62.
Is already on his way.
Yep.
On the way, Captain. I will stop and get the firefighting gear from the ship's locker.
Thank you.
Do you want to stay on the bridge or join them?
A little bit of both.
Yeah. And it's up to you.
Luca, you've got the... I need somebody in a gun, too.
I mean, as soon as Ray stands up, I'll go hop up on my gun. First one back. It's kind of stirring over there now.
The
Ray,
other
you
gun's
okay?
in engineering.
Are you?
Luca, you've got the bridge. I'm gonna go back to engineering and see what I can do to help.
Gotcha, Captain.
Because the other guns are back there in engineering. All we have is the one gun and the sandcaster right now. As soon as we get Ray back up to speed and piloting, get on your gun.
Captain, Adjutant.
Listening.
Military doctrine, you should not fire any energy-based weapons inside of a gas giant surrounded by liquid hydrogen. It's a really, really bad idea.
I concur. That doesn't mean I shouldn't have people ready for when we leave the gas giant. And I'm gonna follow K-62.
Okay. Ghost, you're down here with Junkrat. She's kind of shaken off her daze, and she's looking around. Several of the seals have popped loose, and you have unrefined fuel leaking, not quickly, but it's about up to your knees, like in the floorboard of the ship. And this is about as bad a scenario in engineering as it gets.
I remember my military training, though, and I'm going to start working some pumps and try to get things cleaned up.
Okay. Junkrat's going to start shutting off all the emergency valves so that the fuel stops flooding in.
Yeah.
But she's also going to tell you, she's like, Frank knows we need to find a way to get this fuel out of this chamber, and that may require us to vent this chamber. You should find a vac suit.
Of note, you don't want to use a pump on fuel. It's a bad plan.
Oh, Roger.
Pumps compress things.
But you don't want to use a non-fuel pump on fuel.
Back.
All right, I'm going to vac suit up. That's a good plan, Junkrat.
Okay, that's a vac suit roll. And Thodubs,
Sure is.
what's Aiden going to do?
Pass.
You
Might I? Oh, what's that? So yeah, might I suggest actually, if we're looks like we're fixing the ship, and Captain, you're concerned about our location as far as firing on things. Are we getting out of the gas giant, or are we just staying in here?
We are going out of it. Request you navigate Ray and Luca to turn the ship around and follow our original course that we came in on back out of the gas giant.
Copy that. If we do, we have any kind of? I'd like to actually do some scans to actually check and see if we have any type of locks on our system at all, or our ship, to make sure we have a knowledge of, if we have any incoming.
Sounds good.
Okay. That is also a much better description. Go ahead, and what you're doing is you're scanning for, I'm assuming, movement/laser painting.
Yes, I want to see if anybody's tracking us, if there's any types of locks, anything like that.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think we got that one.
You did. There is another missile that is just about to hit the ship. I'm going to say that for narrative purposes, you call that out like, oh my god, it's on the way, and then you hear the sandcaster pop, pop, pop. And I had already rolled for Homer to shoot it, but if he hadn't seen it, that would have been really bad. So that's good. That's also exactly what I'm looking for, is you're thinking about how the system works and describing it.
Might I suggest one thing moving forward, though, as an additional potential thing to pay attention to? We do, on our Sandcaster, have the ability to do sensor screening, where we can actually kind of smoke out ourselves. So if we have any locks on us, or if they're continuing to shoot at us, we can kind of go somewhat sensor invisible, which might help us to survive escaping the gas giant.
You do have those special canisters. That is a valid point that you should definitely talk about with the crew. Homer's not using them by default because they're real expensive.
Dying is also expensive.
Like I said, talk about it with the crew. It's a valid point.
So, Captain, I just want to bring that to your attention that we do have those screen canisters on site here, where we can actually use those to help us to be invisible, to help screen us from any type of locks that we have on with sensors. Obviously, we still have incoming. I think it might be a good idea for us to utilize at least one of those to help us to escape the gas giant.
Do it.
He has lots of cool guns and weapons.
You guys have, this is a ship weapon, but you only have 20 rounds of it, so it's worth keeping in mind.
Not a lot, very expensive, but might be helpful in this situation.
But better than dying. You hit it on the head. All right. So let me just, that's the end of the round. Everybody got to go this time, right?
Sir.
Did Luca actually go, or did he just hold action, thinking that we were going to get shot at? Because we did get shot at.
Yeah.
But they sandcastered it, so I'm willing to issue you a refund.
Excellent. We're in some kind of atmosphere, and I was kind of already started to point down, so I'm going to go with that, and we're going to invert and go back the way that we're coming from.
Nice. During the middle of that fancy maneuver, Ray is going to rear back and wake up and be like, oh, that hurt. And the whole front of his face is just like covered in blood where his face smashed into the console. He is otherwise unharmed, though. And he's going to now be helping you pull off this maneuver. Now you guys can switch up the responsibilities for who's doing what, because he has that, super awesome score. But the adjutant is definitely going to be in your head, like, don't even think about trying to fire those lasers in the middle of this gas giant.
So I'll take the first one because he just woke up. But I'm going to say hands up like we're going upside down. And
let me take a boost on that. He's awake enough for that.
uh 10 plus 1 plus 3 for a 13.
Oh, yeah. You guys are doing amazing on this. So your sudden maneuver is also going to cause 2 more missiles to streak by. And they go into the depths of the gas giant and explode, and that chain reacts with some of the fuel down there. So there's definitely some turbulence moving forward. So you guys are going to have fun. All right. So now we're going to go at the top of the round. So far, so good on not getting hit by missiles. And we're going to go top of the round. So it can either be Luca or Ronan.
I'll go, and on the comms, hey Luca, make sure you flip us over again so that the turret that's on top that has the sandcaster can actually be oriented to get towards the incoming missiles.
I finish the invert and put the pedal to the metal.
And then I'm going to continue hoofing it down here, jumping in some firefighting gear.
Okay.
And getting ready to go down the hole.
Do you firefight gear over vac suit or vac suit over firefight gear?
Can I wear both of them?
Well, your vac suit is in essence firefighting gear. However, your vac suit requires a check to put on.
The vac suit, because we're potentially going to vent this thing.
Yeah. So that's going to be, like, if that's what you want to do, you're going to have to stop and do that. You also need a vac suit roll. So K62 is going to breeze right past you.
Yep.
I also rolled boxcars. Who's getting out of here?
You are top gun in that. I'm going to say that you can actually temporarily go thrust 2 because of your gravity maneuver. The ship's like crick as you guys go along, because you're pushing it past its limit.
As I stop to get my vac suit on, it's gonna take me a little longer than normal with my 7 to get that thing on.
Yep, that's going to cost you an action next turn.
Yep.
So,
Still getting ready.
Ghost, Junkrat has managed to stop the flow of fuel inside. K-62 shows up with firefighting gear. Nothing's lit on fire yet. You are now securely in your vac suit. What would you like to do?
Is part of that the lanyard that would keep me in here if we vented?
The vac suit comes with those type of devices. Yes, you would need to find something to anchor it to. But
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and anchor.
Okay. So you lanyard yourself to, it looks like you're going all the way up to the front. Okay.
And then, is there anything that I can... I'm going to grab, right next to this door, should be a fire extinguisher. So I'm going to grab that.
So,
And,
K-62 came down here with all sorts of firefighting gear.
okay.
So you can have basically whatever kind of gear you want from that kit. He's going to have brought it down here.
Excellent. Yeah.
Bring a cryo rifle that Luca made.
He did not actually think to get that, but that is a really good idea. It's a really good idea. It puts out fire.
Junkrat, what do you need me to do?
Junkrat sees that you have lashed yourself to the wall, and you can see her go, oh, I should do that. No, you're good. Adjutant, prepare to vent doors C7 and C8 and C10. And you realize that she's already ahead of the captain. Like, she's getting ready to vent this room. And she's going to vent it this way. Like, it's going to come through the secret compartment out the back door.
Oh, boy.
That's a horrible plan.
It's the only plan. All right. How do you do it other than that?
Are the weapons bays completely sealed?
Yeah, you can't. Those are turret doors. If there's a hole in them that's out to space, you're dead. Like, that's not an access point anymore.
Have we verified that this hatch is sealed?
That would be part of what she's going through and doing. I mean, alternately, you could open that hatch and then flood the whole hallway upstairs and then use the airlocks.
So many things. How high is the fuel?
Right now, it's just above the knees. It's also not coming in anymore, but it could ignite at any second.
We have a fuel pump.
Yeah, there are fuel pumps.
And you said we have all the firefighting equipment that we need?
I said you have all the firefighting equipment available.
Okay, it's not my turn. I've already done my things. Standing by for my next turn.
Okay. Oops. Did your sensor thing last time? What do you want to do this time?
All right, so we know about incoming. We are actually checking that. I am curious to see, am I able, I really want to start tracking anything that we have outside. Start tracking the movement of different vehicles. I already did the concept of actually seeing if they have any lock-ons, but I'm interested to see if I can actually track.
So, you had a really good idea with the sensor screen dispenser. It's worth noting, though, that it works both ways. Like, once he fires those canisters, you're not going to be able to see out. just like they can't see in.
Yep, gotcha.
So you
No,
can
so
you can try to do that, but there was another thing that the captain asked you to do, which is probably dawning on you, which was navigate. Now that's not a strength of yours, but you could try to plot a course using navigate that gets you guys clear of this canister field that you haven't really identified what it is yet.
Correct. So if I'm going to start doing some navigating, I am not well suited for that.
Yeah, it's your choice. If you have something better you can do, then you're welcome to do that. But I wouldn't say I don't want to do a roll just because I'm not well suited to it. Like, I grant you, you're going to take a -3 because that's an untrained skill. But unless you can think of a skill that you can use that's better, I wouldn't pass on doing anything.
No, I don't plan on passing on anything. So let's actually, we're going to do what the captain wants us to do. We're actually going to go in and do some navigating. We're going to navigate it. We're going to navigate our way out of the predicament that we're in with the area that we are actually under attack at. And -3 on that is going to be a 5.
Okay. With a 5, I'm going to say it's not a critical fail. So that's just going to be a fail. So you're not able to really make heads or tails of where you guys are. Everything's just happening too fast. And navigation was never your strong suit. A thing to think about for the future. Okay. So that brings us to the top of the round. Let's do the NPCs real fast. So the adjutant really can't do too much. Homer fires several of these canisters. He's having to fire a lot more of them because you're in a gravity well and they're not really designed to work in a gravity well. So like they don't just float out there like they're supposed to above the ship. They immediately fall like rain all over the ship. So he has to pump twice as many canisters out to keep a cloud above you. So he's more or less continuously firing the canisters above the ship, but it does have the intended effect of breaking the sensor locks, which means that no matter what the bad guys roll, they can't lock onto the ship. Okay, and then we're going to go back to the top of the round. Luca/Ronan.
I will go, and I will... My action for this time is continue putting on my vac suit. And I'm gonna call Frank and be like, Frank, it's a fuel like everywhere. Like it's an engineering space. Our firefighting equipment back there should be specifically designed for, hydraulics and fuel for covering it, not like those fire extinguishers put a layer above it to stop it from catching fire in the first place. So something like an AFFF or aqueous film forming foam will cover the thing to stop it from ever catching fire, and you can pump it out that way using a fuel pump. You just have to have enough of that to cover the entire portion of the room that's filled with fuel. Do we have that much stuff? Like fire extinguishers down there?
I look at K62. We got enough foam to fill this room?
Twice over.
We can start filling this room, Captain.
I'll be down there shortly.
Okay. It can be your turn. Aiden, you got to do your vac suit check again.
Yep.
Okay.
Same thing. 7. Oh wait, no, I got that. 8.
That's what you need. You put the suit on. Luca, what was your check last time? It was pretty good, right?
It was a 12 plus 3, 15.
That's pretty freaking good. So between you and Ray, this ship is... You guys have it on a downward angle. So it's moving much faster than it normally would laterally, but you're also sinking vertically. Do you want to continue that tactic?
No, we're getting close to the bottom of our thing. We're trying to go backwards the way that we came.
You are trying to go backwards where you're going, and you go in that way really fast, but...
So we got to start pulling up now.
Okay. That's kind of what I wanted to know, is if you guys were going to start pulling up or go into the lower layer.
No, we're going to pull up and hopefully remember where we're going.
Okay.
I'm also going to flip it over. So I'm going to say, Ray, you got her. We're in a dive. I want you to start pulling up in 13 seconds.
Okay, so you're trying to just give him a boost dice? You're not going to make it a task chain. You're not going to co-pilot. You're just going to tell him?
Oh, no, I'll cook pilot.
Okay, so that makes it a task chain.
Six plus 3 is 9. He gets a +1.
Okay, that makes it a +1 total because he just barely passed. So you guys do start to pull up. You go back to your standard of thrust 1. The ship makes lots of creaky, groany noises, but they're not like break apart noises. It's just the ship is under strain. Yeah, you are moving back the way you came. It took you 100 minutes to get as deep in as you are. So it is not going to be in combat rounds a quick turnaround to go all the way back out. But you may not have to go all the way back out. You don't know how far the umbrella goes. You should think of this more like submarine warfare and less like fighter combat. So,
Aiden, we're starting to head back up. You make sure that there's nothing right ahead of us. I know, to make sure there's nothing right ahead of us.
Copy that. Focusing all sensors to our forward to look for a clear path.
Okay. So I think it's Aiden and Ghost that haven't gone.
So rolling on those, rolling on that sensors check for the forward, just to make sure we're not running into anything while we're moving forward. And we got a 10.
You swivel the sensor forward, pointing it directly in front of you, and press the LiDAR and radar buttons. And they do not hit anything directly in front of you.
Not seeing anything directly in front of us according to radar and LiDAR.
Alright, Ghost, it's your turn.
Me and the robot ears, we're gonna fill this whole room up with foam.
Junkrat's gonna help too.
Sweet.
Okay, so you guys...
It's gonna look like a foam disco rave, you know?
Well, it is, yeah. I mean, it's a good thing you're in your vac suit, because at this point the fumes will be overwhelming you. But everybody's suited up down here that needs to breathe. So you're spraying this down, and it brings it about to belly button level as thick as you guys start laying the foam on. And you're having to, shimmy around the room. It's like wading through a swamp. Between the vac suit and everything, it's really hard to move around, but you have to move around because you can only get the foam directly around you. And at the end of this round, Holmes is going to make it down the ladder, and you guys should be able to cover about half the room before he does that.
Excellent.
Do you want to go ahead and make a check to do a vac suit check to see if you can not fall?
Sure. I got a 7. Can I use a player point?
Yeah, I'll allow it. It's more of a disaster than a combat scenario.
Nice.
You guys don't even know what initiated the quote-unquote combat yet.
No, we do not.
So.
Some sort of umbrella.
Yes, umbrellas. So, it's everybody, right? Everybody got a turn to go?
Think so.
Alright. Homer continues shooting canisters. As you guys have now flattened out and are no longer heading down, the Homer's going to be like, these canisters are falling too fast to be super effective, and I've run through a whole magazine of them. Are we sure we want to keep doing this?
No, you should stop.
Yeah, you know how expensive those are.
I guess the captain's AFK.
Yep.
But he will listen to his compatriots who are like, "Hey, do the right thing."
He called me XO. I'm on the bridge. I'm gonna say that's an order.
He's absolutely like, yeah, like, you got it. Should I switch back to regular sandcasters, or how do you want to do this? Are we gonna pop up above this thing?
Regular sandcasters for right now.
10-4. All right. So that's Homer. Annika is going to come on the comms for the first time since the disaster has begun and be like, Captain XO, everyone, I am not sensing any people up there. I've tried very hard to detect where they were at, but I don't think there's a sentient being doing this.
Drones.
Automated defense system, maybe.
There he is.
All right, and that brings us to the top of the round. Who wants to go?
I'll go. Jump down into the giant pool of fuel and foam and help put foam everywhere and cover everything up. Yep.
Okay, give me a vac suit check.
Yeah. Come on, back to 9.
All right, so by the time you get down there, Frank has kind of hit the end of his tether and it's like pulled him off his feet, but he's managed to cover a good chunk of that side of the room. Junkrat and K62 are kind of like methodically walking through the middle, and you're able to help cover the room. So with your successful check, you're going to be able to do the whole room, just a layer of the stuff on top. Now, using the pumps to pump this out is like a engineering life support role, and it's a bunch of reconfiguring, and it's not something that you're going to be doing in the heat of the moment.
No, it is a recovery action.
Yes.
Not a casualty action.
So that is going to, as well as I think you can do without venting the room, that's going to address the fire risk.
What's next, Captain?
Also, did you hear what Homer said earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
I concur with Luca in shooting the regular sandcaster as soon as we get to the point where we're high enough out of gravity that it's actually effective.
Okay. Any player can go, but Holmes.
So we're still slowly rising.
Yep.
And we're still... Now we can see sensors behind us, right?
So Aiden pointed your sensors directly in front of you.
Yep.
And so there's nothing directly in front of you.
Yeah. Aiden, is there missiles still coming at us?
Right, I will spread it out so we're actually doing more of a check around the ship to see if I get any lock-ons. That would be a 4. Ouch.
So as you're trying to remember how to switch the radar warning receiver mode on, that actually tells you whether or not you're being painted with a radar lock, a loud impact hits the top of the hull, just like the very first one, and the entire ship shudders and starts to careen down a little bit again. We got hit again, you hear Homer say.
No shit. Ray, dive us down into the lower layers.
All right. He pushes the stick forward, and you can visibly feel the ship shuddering, and the stick is pushing back against Ray, and he's like, I might need a little help with this.
Right here. Let's go for it. And I give him a little help. Sensors are all scrambled. We're just kind of flying through the atmosphere of a gas giant. Does he get a boost, or am I task chaining it again?
You make the choice whether you're doing a co-pilot role or task chaining, but there is no reason I can think of why you wouldn't do a task chain.
Task chain it is. 9 plus 3 is a 12. He gets a +4.
Okay, well, that makes it a +4. So you guys could actually dive hard enough with a +4 to just go straight to the lowest level. Or not the lowest level, but the layer below you. That would put you in the deep layer. This is where you would normally skim from at the normal rate.
We're gonna stay here. Aiden, keep on the sensors. Let us know if there's another missile about to hit us.
Ray looks at Luca and he's like, just so you know, if we maintain this dive, we will hit the extreme deep layer in 9 minutes.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that's everybody, right? Where's Ghost gone?
I was filling up my foam. If we're done there, I asked the captain what he wanted to do next.
Now I gotta figure a way out of this place.
You want me to head to the guns? You said something about some super secret gun. You want me to shoot that?
We need to find out what is shooting at us first. So Annika says we don't have any human thing out there. Aiden, can you take a look for any, like, sort of radio? No, that wouldn't work. Thinking right now. Sorry.
I'm glad one of us is.
What does that leave Ghost doing?
Stay down here and help Junkrat with any repairs and whatnot with in stabilizing the engineering spaces.
10-4.
So,
I use my brute strength to start moving things back around.
I was gonna say, Junkrat's gonna be like, don't break anything or hit any buttons. She's gonna be like, I appreciate your help, but I'm not sure that there's much you can do right this second. She, however, is gonna start typing on all sorts of stuff, and you can see a wireframe of the ship come up. Several sections of the topside armor are glowing in yellow. Don't have exact information, but you can tell that the 2 missile hits on top have damaged the ship.
That's concerning. I can take a repair kit and start heading that way.
The problem is that there's no way to reach that section of the ship from the inside of the ship. They haven't penetrated the armor there, Frank Knowles. If you wanted to walk outside, I would highly advise against it. And she's actually going to do a little bit of damage control remotely. The little bit she can do.
Can I help her in any way?
Well, I did just use the words damage control and remotely, so if you can think of something that might help with that, maybe you can help.
Okay.
Do we have a repair drone still?
According to my notes, you still have 2 of them.
Yep, and they're in the ship launch, I think. That's where they were. Okay. I'm gonna try to. Can I get to the ship launch?
Yeah, it's in a internal hangar.
Sweet. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I need to untether myself. I try to pull, and then I realize I'm still tethered.
Yep.
Untether myself.
It's going to be a little bit of an athletics thing because you got to wade through the swamp to get up. Because you cannot go through this route, through this room, because you would flood it. You've got to go the other way. So
Gotta go through there.
and it's going to be a athletics endurance each time you hit one of the hatches.
That's a 7.
Okay. Would you like to burn a player point?
Yeah.
Okay. You very, very feat of strength-esque make it, wading through this swamp. You climb up the ladder. You are covered. You're dripping fuel out on the deck. It's not going to make people happy, but it is what it is.
Smells.
It smells foul. And you make your way up to the main hall. So now that's everybody, right?
I think so.
I think Ghost was the last one. Okay. Let me roll baddies again. Okay. Several missiles hit the area that you were in before you started diving and detonate. The concussion shakes the ship violently, but there's no additional hull damage. That's like depth charges going off in a World War II submarine movie. One of them cranes super close to the ship, and you can hear the sandcaster go off, and then there's a violent jerk of the ship, but once again, no hull damage, and Homer's like, yes, over the radio. He didn't mean to broadcast that, but he obviously just made a good shot. Let's see, Ray. Oh, I don't need to roll him yet, because he's doing what Luca tells him to do. And yeah, no, we're back top of the round.
I'd like to actually run a quick calculation off of the angle that the last missile actually went past us to try and calculate where it came from.
Okay, I'll give you two options for that. I'm pretty sure I know which one you're going to pick. You can either do that as a sensors operation, or you can do it as a navigation operation.
We're going to definitely do that as a sensors operation, so.
I think that's wise. But I'd like you to know all your options, because you do have to pick your skills.
And we got a 9 on that.
Okay. So you are going to be able to track the projectile that just the one that Homer just intercepted.
Yes.
You're going to track that back up, and it's going to be one of the canisters that's above you in orbit. You can pinpoint which one it was. You will also notice that object, since you rolled a +1 and that was kind of a given piece of information, that canister is now sort of unpowered and plummeting into the atmosphere.
Gotcha. So it is dead, basically.
That's a safe assumption.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure the rest of the crew would love to have that information.
So, hey, guys, everyone, just to let you know, it looks like the last one that actually shot us, where it actually had the rocket, the missile that went past us that Frank got a hold of, for some reason, it's actually, I traced it back, it's actually falling towards the planet. So it appears to be dead and no longer powered. I don't know if these are, with that being stated, I don't know if these are just temporary things, like they're one and dones, or if it's just a thing that's kind of just a normal system. But I want to let everybody know that, yeah, it seems like once they've expended their missiles, they're kind of over with and done.
You think they shoot 6 missiles or 1 missiles?
That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't been able to run a calculation on how many missiles it actually expended before it actually is going into the atmosphere.
You're gonna have to work harder. You're only up to 7 actualies.
Actually, there is an actually on actually figuring out how many actuallys we have.
That's cheating.
+2. You guys are just...
Ray and I are gonna try to layer her, try to level us out in this deeper layer and see if they still can see us. Make sure, Ray, if you see her, Homer, you see any more missiles, let us know. Also, good shooting.
Ray's gonna be like, they just shot at us in this layer. Homer just like they just shot at us in this layer.
Oh, I
I
went
don't-
down one.
I don't know if going deeper is going to keep us shielded.
Go straight up.
It may keep us from being able to retaliate.
So Ray's gonna. So just so you're aware of timing, you were definitely already in the layer you're in when that last missile shot. It's a military tactics thing, to give you a big old hint. Like, it's a submarine warfare scenario. There were several tactics you could use to avoid being depth charged.
Yeah, Luca just runs fast. He didn't know them good tactics.
We've got a couple of choices. We can attempt to break through, we can go deeper, or we can shut everything down.
Sounds like we might be waiting on orders.
The problems with each of those options are, if you go deeper, you don't know how deep you're going to be able to go to get under it. And it's always danger to go deeper in a gas giant. If you try to break through, you're driving straight at the missiles, which obvious dangers there. Or you can shut down. And shutting down comes with its own dangers of eventually you have to power back up to do something. Because we're in an atmosphere, and like unlike a submarine, we don't just get to shut down and remain buoyant. Gravity will take effect, and we will go down.
So really, you have like two options.
So it's go deeper or go through it.
Let's go through it.
We have a hole that we know of, however, not big. That we don't know how big the hole is, but we do know that the one canister is
Defunct.
defunct. Aiden, how far apart were those canisters that when you saw the whole umbrella or the giant portion of the umbrella?
Give me a few moments to run a calculation here real quick.
Junkrat, can you give us as much power as humanly possible in those engines?
The engines are already tasked to capacity, but I gotta attempt to overload the engines to apply temporarily some extra thrust to the acceleration. It's dangerous, doesn't come without its risks, but it can be done.
Ran a 7 on my sensors calculation for being able to figure out the disbursement.
Do you remember what I told you when you first scanned it?
No, actually I don't.
So, I'm gonna say Aiden would remember that there are hundreds of them, but not give you an exact location, like at how far apart there are. But enough to blot out the sky.
Gotcha, okay.
Ray, Luca, can you guys, as soon as Junkrat says that we're able to, point us at the point that Aiden, the trajectory of the last missile, and punch it straight through that hole?
You want us to go deeper until that happens?
Yes. So that we can build up more momentum before we go there. And then, Homer, can your sandcaster can you continuously fire in front of the ship as we're making our ascent?
I mean, I can. As we're moving forward, though, we're outrunning it. It's basically falling behind us as soon as I pull out the barrel. It's meant to be used in space.
Yep. Totally understand. When we were up in the shallow layers, were you getting any... I don't know that it's going to affect us that much, but I'm hoping that it'll affect us a little bit.
He also can head back there and shoot a missile up, and we can follow that missile.
We can also... We have the... How many of those the recon drone things do we have left?
2.
And we rig that thing up to transmit on everything and just send it up to the shallow layer in opposite directions. So the two of them heading one heading one way, one heading 180 degrees out to draw as many missiles away as we can, and then just punch through.
Ah, the old crying baby trick.
Yep.
That sounds like that's going to take some extra engineering. It's a great idea, though.
Do we have anybody that has any engineering training that thinks that we can do that?
You've already asked.
Yeah, Junkrat's busy.
Yeah, you asked Junkrat to do something that I've determined will take her 6 minutes to perform.
I don't think any of the rest of us
I'm gonna use my comms to try to figure it out because I'm already going up to the launch. So I'll check out these drones and see what I can do.
I've actually got engineering abilities as well, so.
Okay.
Okay, so I will come up and take Aiden's spot on the sensors. Aiden, Frank, go see if you can make those drones work. Homer, stay on the Sandcaster. Junkrat's doing the engineering, and then Luca and Ray are getting ready to fly straight up.
Copy that, Captain. Heading down to take a look at the drones.
Okay. So was that top of the round, or was that the bottom of the round?
That's top of the range.
Okay. So you guys can all work on those actions this round. So Aiden, Holmes, you're gonna have the same problem that Frank is having. You need to make a vac suit check to wade through all that stuff, and the vac suit or endurance.
Six.
Yep. You're gonna make it to almost the top of that hatch.
Slowly but surely.
Yep. Frank can get up to the launch bay if he can pass a check.
Oh boy, I passed.
Hot damn.
Look at me go.
You get all the way up there, and the drones are in this little area next to the shuttle, but they're not actually in the launch. So you can decide how you're going to handle this. They are small enough that you could carry them down to the airlock. Like, they'll fit in the personnel airlock. Or you can try to open this back door, but you're going to flood this chamber with whatever gas is outside. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna pull one repair drone and take it down to the personal airlock when I get a chance.
Okay. Just a thought to think about while you're doing that. All right, so Aiden, you are not encumbered by a vac suit. So if you want to sprint down the hallway, you may make an athletics check to try to get the whole way down the hallway in one shot.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna have to get this as far as we can, so.
Okay, give me an athletics run.
You said athletics endurance is what you said?
It's usually athletics endurance to do running, but I would accept strength because if you're sprinting, if that's better for you.
Actually, no, endurance is actually much better for me. So we got a 5 on that with the endurance.
Oof. Okay, so you don't make it all the way down there. I'm going to say that, like, you open this door right here, and the smell of the fuel, like, it's the whole hallway smells, reeks of gasoline, and it's like making your eyes burn. So when you get a big old lung full of it because you're running, you stop and have a coughing fit. All right, Luca.
Aiden just took off. The captain isn't up here yet. Luca's gonna go. Ray, we got to go down to go up. So put us in a nice dive so that we can pull up and go straight through here. I'm gonna sit in these sensors chair and try not to get hit by a missile.
Okay. You switching to the sensors chair is a maneuver. Talking is a free action. Would you like to spend your action on actually doing something with the sensors?
Yeah. I look for the are we getting painted by LiDAR by looking outwards with all of the different sensors that I got. Not a sensors guy, but there should be a are we getting tracked button.
Radar warning receiver.
Radar warning receiver. Oh, there it is.
Yep. So the sensors you have on board, once again, LiDAR, radar, electro-optical, and thermal. Your LiDAR and radar can work active or passive. When they're in passive mode, they're basically just listening for being locked on.
So I'm in passive mode right now.
Which makes it harder for them to detect you. All right.
That's what I like.
So what's your sensors check?
I got an 8.
Well, that's a pass. Now I just need to determine whether or not they're shooting at you this turn. So there is a missile incoming, and you are able to pass that on to Homer.
Missile incoming, Homer.
And Homer is able to very easily bat it out of the sky with the sandcaster. Once again, the whole ship shudders and shakes, but there's no actual damage. You're just being jostled around violently because you're in an atmosphere. All right. They shot a missile. Let's see. K-62 is rerouting and preparing for pumping the stuff out, even though we're not doing it yet. Adjutant is staying quiet, knowing that you're doing important shit. Dr. Cathay has not realized that Raymond's nose is broken for like the 4th time in a row.
I thought she was a doctor.
She's not there though. So, like the captain called her, and I was like, "All right, let me just roll to see what happens." And so far, she's rolled 2 sets of snake eyes and a 3.
Damn. We all have our off days.
Mm-hmm. But you should be happy. She's eating up all those rolls. Okay, I think that brings us back to top of the round. Because they did their shot. Any player can go.
I'm going to continue making my way to the bridge. Back to time. Woohoo! 9.
Excellent. So you're going to follow Frank. Well, you're going to be getting to the... Oh, that's right. You're going to the bridge. You can get up to the bridge. That's fine. I forgot you weren't going up to the top.
Ready to relieve you on the sensors.
Yeah, Luca was looking up at the door, and as soon as it opened, he jumped off.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, what's that smell?
Let's flow into, and it is ripe. Unprocessed fuel is still dripping from Holmes' vac suit, and he plops right down in Aiden's chair. Luca, since you're already kind of starting your turn, why don't we do your turn next?
Yeah, we're still making a big arc because it's not time. We don't have our engines doubled up. So we've gone lower, and we're about ready to start pulling up so that we have all of our power straight into this guy.
Okay. For the record, Junkrat would call you and be like, "We are available with extra power on your command. I just haven't done it yet because you haven't asked." So you can go to thrust 2 for 6 turns.
Captain, are we ready to make our exit?
We don't have the drones ready yet.
Then I'm gonna keep my big fancy arc. We're still not ready. Keeping her low, keeping her a nice pretty arc, making sure we're not too close to the bottom. Right, Ray?
If you say so. I still think going deeper is a better idea, but I'm not the captain.
I mean, we're going deeper right now. I rolled exactly an 8.
Well, that's a problem because Ray rolled a 7.
So we might not be going deeper.
Well, no. So, like, earlier I tried to explain this. You have to maintain a downward course for a significant number of turns to go to the next layer. You guys didn't do that. You intentionally said you weren't going to do that. You said it was a bad idea. So my interpretation of your arc is that you're going in a circle. It's just at the same altitude you're currently at.
Oh, right then.
But if you want to change that, I mean, right now might not be the best time to do it because Ray just failed his first check.
Ray. Yeah, so we were doing this big circle thing, and it's not as pretty or circly.
Oh wait, he's a +4. He does manage to do it. It's not a good success, but it's a success. I forgot to add his skill in.
So just where I think we're about to do it, he just pulls that arc right back out. Do you want us to... Next time we're going to dive lower, Captain, so you can have a little bit more time to build some missiles.
Okay.
Alright, so feel like Aiden hasn't gone this turn. And I think Frank needs to go?
Yep, I still need to go. I'm going to use my comm skill. I'm going to change this. Oh, no, wait. I have a repair drone first. I grabbed a repair one. I'm going to take it over to the single person airlock. And I'm going to use it to try to repair the outside of the ship. So I need to program it that way, right?
Yes, it's a remote ops check to remotely run a repair drone. And it has built into it several different things for like sealing emergency breaches and stuff like that. You're not going to want it to fly. Normally it flies in space, but you're going to want it to crawl along the hull, which is going to take it quite a while to get over to its destination. It's worth noting that your armor hasn't been breached yet. But, you know, you've come this far.
Yeah. Alright, so Max, I get a +1 to this roll, so 6.
Okay, well, it's harder to program these things than you thought it was.
Sure is.
Alright, Aiden, what are you doing?
I am still running down the corridor here, trying to head over to grab the other drone. I know Frank's got one. He's wiring and programming it. I'm running over to grab the other one.
Okay, well, if you take your whole turn, because you're halfway down the hallway, I'll let you get all the way up to grabbing the next drone.
Perfect.
Okay. That'll put you up here in the bay.
So I'm at the drone, hands on, in other words.
Okay. That brings us to the end, so I can do all the NPCs. Any specific orders for the various NPCs, Captain?
The Junkrat standing by, Ray standing by, Homer's defending the ship still. Remind me to give him a medal, not that we have things like that. No, I don't have anything specific for
Okay.
the NPCs. Liza's having a great time in her room.
I mean, she's a passenger at the moment. You haven't asked her to do anything.
Glad to think you think she's part of the crew, Captain.
I think she's a living being on a ship that's under attack.
You could have asked Kathy to come check on Ray.
Okay, top of the round. Kathy rolled a 5 again. Alright, rolled a 5 this time.
I'm going to sit down in the sensors chair, and I'm going to not use sensors. I'm going to get on the comms and open up our comms array to look for any sort of communications signals between the little missile launcher things and any other location. So like any I should be able to see any sort of electronic signatures from like radio signals being generated and whatnot.
Okay. Do a comms roll.
$11.
You can definitively say that whatever these things are, they're autonomous. There's nothing other than basic traffic, like there's automated traffic signals. There is the warning beacon about hostiles in the system, which you may realize now was, you know, obviously there was a little bit of warning that this thing was a thing. So, whatever they are, I mean, at this point, they're mines. Like, this is just how mines work in the Traveler universe. Is the most common set of mine is a canister with a missile in it, and it's a one-shot deal that locks onto the nearest. It doesn't care even what the target is. It just locks onto it and fires. This is something you would be relatively familiar with, but setting them up in the top layer of a gas giant like this is kind of a way of controlling the fuel source.
Yep. Okay. Yep, that's my go.
Alright, who's next? Oh,
Ray.
wait a minute, I have to do one more thing. Because he did not try to track for missiles, the next missile comes down and I have to let Homer defend it. And he does successfully defend that missile, but just barely. Now you can go.
Ray, start us on that dive to the deep.
You got it. How
Have him up. +4.
how steep of a dive do you want?
Let's get there in one turn. Real steep.
I'm not certain it's possible to do it in one turn.
Let's get there in 2 turns.
Give me a second. Okay, it's going to be 3 turns, and you guys are now in a nosedive. It's not how it works, though. So, under normal circumstances, you can go from one layer to another layer in 1d2 turns. I cut it in half because you had an amazing roll, so I just took the higher of the 2 numbers.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right. So that's Luca and Ray, and you guys are now in a nosedive. Because the planet has gravity and you also have gravity plating, and you're now no longer aligned with gravity, you may encounter some queasiness depending on what you're trying to do.
I'm going to try to do this drone again, if I can.
Of course you can.
still a remote ops?
Yep.
Fuck, I got a 5.
Drone operations or remote ops.
Didn't pass.
Okay. Aiden?
So I'm going to grab my drone over here, and I'm going to head over to where Frank is at to see if I can get my drone prepped to get kicked out of the Perfect Stranger here.
Okay. We'll call that a maneuver. So, Frank is now in this airlock with the first drone, and he's really, he's hitting it. He's really getting frustrated. And which kind of drone have you grabbed? You grabbed the sensor drone?
Well, there were 2 drones, right? I don't know which drone we had. I just know that we had 2. Okay, well, then we go sensor drone.
Okay. There were 2 of each. There were 2 repairs to sensor drone. You grab a sensor drone, you show up behind him. He's having trouble with this. What would you like to do as your action?
I'd like to try and look in the window and see if there's, kind of hand signal to him if I can help him or anything.
Oh, it's not. He would not lock himself in the airlock. That'd be.
Oh, he's not locked in there. Okay.
Yeah, the door to the hall should be open.
You hear me cussing. Fucking biggin, man. You know how to send down a repair drone?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put down my sensors drone. I'm going to work with Frank and trying to get his drone working to get it moving.
Okay, give me a remote ops check.
That would be a 12.
Okay, you press the on button and then select the setting that says in atmosphere, and it hops up on its legs, magnetically grapples itself to the deck plates, and waits for you and Frank to step out of the airlock, and then walks out all along the hull and starts looking for things to repair.
Well, there we go, Frank.
Thanks for your help. I think it was in French or something.
I think all the cussing helped out. I think that's just the way you need to do something sometimes.
It's lucky I was about to hit it, really.
Kathy goes up to the bridge and starts bandaging Raymond's nose. He's literally holding the controls. It's shaking. It's fighting back so hard as he's in one of those movie dramatic nosedives. And she's like, "Hold still. I'm trying to splint your nose."
Nice.
Priorities.
All right. That's not great. The adjutant comes into the captain's QBC and says, Captain, I think they're mines.
Hey, thank you, Bob.
You're welcome, boss. Just
You got any ideas? Gotta get them to either disarm or...
I believe...
What do you think our odds of success of our current plan?
I believe you have decent odds of success on both of your current plans. It looks like they're standard missiles, so it's unlikely they'll be able to reach beyond the next layer down. We could probably survive enough hits to get above them if we went straight up through them. And then once we did that, we could simply turn over and shoot our lasers into the layer of the clouds they're in, and the chain reaction will be very effective. Both of these plans should work.
Awesome.
Thank you. 70% sure.
I mean, that's better than odds of some of the stuff we've done. Oh. Alrighty, who's next?
It's top of the round.
Oh, goody. I'm gonna scan for more missiles.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a sensors check. So you are using passive LiDAR and radar.
Yes, sir. 7.
Okay.
way better at communicating than I am with Synth.
At the very last second, a missile that was careening straight towards the tails of the ship gets a sandcaster shot, and it's a hard shot because he's shooting behind it now. He's shooting behind the ship now, and he just manages to catch it, and the ship shakes and the shudders a little bit. There's no damage.
Hey guys, are we ready with those sensor drones yet? Like, we can't stay down here forever.
And we also haven't made it all the way down here.
Details.
Well, one drone's ready and it's in the airlock, right?
That one on the ship.
Is it on the ship already?
Yeah, the repair drone's out on the ship already.
Copy. Had to go AFK for a second, sorry.
You're the one that rolled the repair drone roll.
All right, but speaking of the sensor drone, it's time to program that one. Yeah, with my one, I'm gonna try to tell it to grab one of the the lockers, or get as much information off the locker, or just smash Kamikaze into the locker. Is really what I'm telling it to do.
A locker?
Sorry, the you said locker-sized drone things that are attacking us. The mines.
They're mines, yes.
Yes.
I described them like that when we didn't know in quotation marks what they were.
Yes. Oh, look at that. Boxcars.
Excellent. You know what?
Finally.
You remember to save a copy of those instructions to your datapad in case you need to do it again.
Okay.
That's what your boxcars gives you.
Fantastic. I like that.
All right, so are you ready to send this drone off? Or
Yes.
Okay. So you hit the cycle button and it push outside of the ship, and it careens upwards as you guys are careening downward.
Oh, we weren't ready, Captain?
Nope. It's supposed to go up when we go up. Give them something else to shoot at.
So, Holmes, you're watching as this sensor drone is now careening towards the surface as you guys are having this conversation, and you do notice that it's putting out a really big EM signature, and that is causing the drones to try to shoot it. And as each of them misses, because it's moving so fast, it actually causes several of the mines to expend their rounds. By the time it breaches the surface, it narrowly misses hitting the one that it was aimed at, but it does cause that one to fire its missile. 10 of the mines have fired their missiles before this thing careens out of the atmosphere and off into space.
Well, it made us a hole for us. Frank, can you make another one fast?
Sure. Yeah, I can do it. I'm gonna go get me another one.
I think it's Aiden's turn. I don't think Luca's actually gone.
He has not.
And so we're flipping her over again.
I mean, Ray's just been holding it in a dive. So you can just say I'm helping him with that, or you can do something else. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'm still diving.
This should be the last turn that we're diving, right?
Yep. Assuming that you want to turn around as soon as you hit the deep layer. Technically, you could reorient the ship and try to follow that hole out if you wanted to. Be a hell of a maneuver, but you could do it.
Well, yes, I want to go out the hole to minimize the number of shots that are at it. That's if my pilots are capable of doing that.
Yeah, so you want to take us out of free fall one round early?
Yeah, we'll take us out and we'll align us to the hole that the drone just created for us, and see if we can go straight up that hole.
Yeah, so it's not in space, so we can't just flip and burn. We gotta pull up as hard as we can and go straight back.
Yep.
Ready, Ray?
Yeah, hit it.
Oh, boxcars.
That's excellent
That's
because he got a 12 too.
And it's
Holy shit!
Yeah.
as soon as they turn the ship around, I'm gonna tell Junkrat to.
Junkrat throws it into high gear. The entire ship, between the maneuver and the increased thrust, is making like cracking and groaning noises, and the grav plate can't really completely keep up. So anyone who's not strapped into a seat is going to temporarily, like, your feet are going to come off the ground, and you need to make a check not to hurl, which if you're in a vac suit is also difficult. And Kathy, actually, I'm gonna roll for Kathy because she's like in the. Oh my god!
Is this what it's like to be human?
Yeah, I was about to say Kathy hurls all over Ray. She's trying to put the splint on, but he doesn't take his hands off the controls because he's a professional. So he just gets puked on.
And if you've ever experienced that during the change of maneuver of a ship, not a fun experience.
And the cockpit smells like unprocessed gas.
Yeah.
Well, and bioreactor, because like her upchuck is, if you've ever done composting, that's basically what happens in her body to create energy for herself, like from food.
Ray just had poop put on his face.
Yeah. So, Frank and Aiden need to give me resilience checks. That is an endurance roll.
Got a 6.
You hurl.
I got an 8.
You don't hurl, which is fortunate because you are in a vac suit.
I keep it down.
Aiden hurls on your vac suit.
Oh, Aiden.
You got a windshield wiper on that thing, don't you?
The perfect stranger careens up towards these targets. At thrust 2, your speed is exponentially increased. You're also heading straight up out of the atmosphere. The ship almost immediately is in amongst the minefields. They fire 3 shots, none of which hit. And then suddenly the perfect stranger's up and above and out of the atmosphere of the minefields, and you guys get a pretty clear view of the umbrella of the minefield. It covers an area roughly the size of like the North American continent, so it is pretty massive. But it also is kind of deep enough in there that if you didn't know what you were looking for, you wouldn't have necessarily seen it. Now that you do see it, however, ... top of the round.
Orders, Captain.
Let's go ahead.
I was going to say, is he there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm debating on whether or not I want to blow up a minefield or not.
Oh, Luca wants to blow it up.
Why is the minefield there?
I don't know, but it hurt me. I want to hurt it back.
Have a ball.
You want to scan around for a little bit, see if you can see who's controlling it, or if anybody else is lurking around.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a sensors check pointed around the area just the general scan of if there's anything else out there with us at the moment, any patrol craft or anything like that.
Okay.
Eight.
Yeah. LiDAR and radar do not detect anything in your immediate vicinity.
Have a ball, Luca.
Ray, point her back. Let's blow up a minefield.
Ray's way ahead of you. He had already rolled the ship to bring your turret to line the second you started leaving the cockpit.
Alrighty.
Kathy's like sitting there just trying desperately to clean off Ray's jumpsuit while he's flying, and he's just like, stop it.
AFK for a minute, guys.
I have to roll to hit a minefield.
Yep.
Oh,
I mean, they're not easy things to destroy. Unless you get close enough for them to shoot at you, which you really don't want to do.
oh, do I get a +2 because I'm shooting a laser thing?
If you're shooting a beam laser, then yes, you get the +2 from being a beam laser.
Excellent. That's a 5 +2 dexterity +2 beam laser for a 9.
Well, that's a good hit. 9 of the mines are caught in a chain explosion as the unrefined fuel and the ordnance all go off in this massive explosion. To save time, it takes you a few more volleys, but you're able to clear the entire minefield through chain reactions.
I let Homer take a shot too. You did real good, Homer.
Yeah.
Shoot some lasers.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a break as soon as we're out of combat. I need to take a shower.
Oh no. Then you can't come into my turret.
All right.
Marilyn, keep filling her up.
No. We can't keep filling her up. We have an engine full of gas right now.
I was gonna say, do you guys what do you prioritize? So at this point, you're out of combat time. You're just floating above the gas giant. There's no other ships around you. As far as you can tell from the starport, their automated messages haven't changed, but you're pretty sure you know what they mean by hostiles are in the area at this point.
Yeah. We're gonna damage control. Do we still have our repair bot? Is it still crawling around the outside of the ship, or did our maneuver rip it off?
They're pretty hard to knock off the ship, unless you want to. Well, even if you want to, they're hard to knock off the ship. Anyway, it's still there. It has managed to help you recover some of the lost hull points, but obviously without, massive sheets of armor plating to put on, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. So you had lost 16, it repairs 10, so you've lost 6 hull points, which is not bad considering your total. You do now have some scratches on your pretty paint job, though.
Yeah. Junkrat, what assistance do you need to clean up the engine room?
Can we start these pumps?
Yes.
We will get that taken care of, and then we'll re-rig for refueling operations if you want to do that.
How much did we actually...
I'm guessing we're around the 10-ton mark.
Okay, yeah, let's get this cleaned up and get the ship ready to go again, and then we'll go finish refueling.
Acknowledged. So you guys spend some time. The pumps take forever to pump the excess fuel out of the cargo bay. You're leaving this stream of ignitable gas behind the ship. But that's always fun. And eventually you're able to re-rig for refueling operations. The rest of it goes more or less without incident. And the Perfect Stranger is now refueled and processing fuel. This entire operation, damage control and refining fuel and everything included, is going to take basically a week. So if you're not currently involved in damage control operations, you guys can take yet an additional week of study time for whatever thing you're working on.
Yay!
Oh, can I try to get my point?
Absolutely.
My 0.
Yeah.
You got this!
You may also take a bonus dice because you're having Liza help you, and this is her specialty.
Liza's bonus dice saved the day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yay, Liza!
So I am now a level 0 broker.
Excellent. Make sure that you send me an updated sheet at some point. Anyone else ready for their upgrade?
I'm not.
All right. So next up, it would be you guys jumping to Herzen's Lust. And I'm going to hit the head real quick, and then we're going to do that jump.
Most excellent.
When the stakes are high and the dangers are real, trust only the best. Void Star Tactical Gear. From advanced combat armor to state-of-the-art energy weapons, Void Star has everything a mercenary, bounty hunter, or marine needs to survive the deadliest encounters. Our gear is battle-tested on the harshest worlds and proven in the fiercest firefights. Don't just survive, dominate! Visit Void Star Tactical Gear at your nearest starport or shop online through the Galactic Commerce Network. Remember, preparedness is power.
Like it. Stopping at Void Star.
Gotta get some Void Star tactical gear.
Oh, yeah.
Captain's like, take my credit card.
Why Luca has all the money. Who needs whiskey when you can have Void Star tactical gear?
The whiskey was super expensive, though. We could have sold a lot of that.
I mean, we still have it.
I drank
Still
a
have
bunch.
half of it.
We should probably sell it before we no longer have half of it.
Agreed. You know who does that kind of stuff? Luca.
I can broker it now too. Getting a lot better at it.
You don't have to suffer the -3 for it now.
Oh my goodness! If I had this broker when we were on New Haven, New Home, oh man, I would have bought everything.
All right. Let's do some jumps.
Woohoo!
Astrogation check.
I don't know if he's back yet.
Oh. I didn't know he left.
Yeah, he said he was going to go AFK.
So what'd you guys think of the depth charge scene?
I
I
think
was
it
scared
was.
for a minute. I was concerned.
They actually missed most of their shots.
I'm not going to complain about that.
I mean,
Spent it all trying to go through 2 airlocks. First he tried to get in and he couldn't get his outfit.
I will,
Oh yeah, no, I
I
didn't do much.
will say that why is there an Onaga token over here that's just stretched out super wide?
Because somebody changed the form of her character sheet that was sitting right there.
Ah,
Back, guys.
welcome back. You guys don't need a character sheet for Onaga.
That's just been sitting there since a long time ago.
So, yeah, I had that entire scene like in my back pocket for a while, but you guys never did the thing that triggered it until this session. So, but I'm happy to
Skimming
wait.
fuel.
Well, it's skimming fuel in a certain place. Like, you guys did skim fuel early on, but you were in the beginning of the session. And it's something that is supposed to happen towards the tail end of, like, it's actually in the module. And I actually didn't think we were going to get to do that. I hadn't planned on us doing that particular part. Because I didn't think you guys were going to risk going to a populated system with a price on your head. I thought you were going to, jump to jump around to Herzen's Lust. I didn't think that you were going to be like, yeah, let's go where there are people. I didn't realize that there would be the option of, oh, well, we could refuel there, which, legit enough. But
when we did it the first time, we had an entire convoy with us.
That is also true. But like, it's just very, it's just yet another way in which you guys can make decisions, which I was like, they won't do that. So.
Bet.
Anyway.
Whatever you say we won't do, we'll find a way.
The only problem I have is that when we go to Herzen's Lust, I'm going to have to delete this incredible drawing. I'm going to go ahead and take a screenshot of it. Because it's pretty fucking good. It's good.
I got the missile being...
Yeah, I was watching you do it, and I was like, God damn, and even in Tabletop Simulator, he can draw so much better than me. It makes me so mad.
I like how he's got the little perfect stranger here where he brought the actual picture model of it over.
Yeah, and then he drew it. I watched him do it, yeah.
I was like watching him draw, and I was just like, oh, wait, he's actually putting the paint job on there.
Yep. It's good.
Give me the next scene. I'll start drawing that.
Well, I've got to remember all the stuff for the next scene first. But first you need to do your astrogation checks and your jump checks. You guys know how to do that enough, right? I don't have to walk you through it, right?
I stand there till everybody says they're done, then I say engage.
Yes, rub it in that you got the easy job.
That's really good. I'm impressed. Wow.
Yeah, I even wrote it down to make sure I do it right.
Luke is talking to the steward droid going, I can still smell it. Like, I know you've cleaned it twice now, but it's still in my nose. And Ray's looking over like, it's in your nose, come on.
That is exactly how that conversation goes down.
Okay, astrogation check. I think, what was it? Took 4 minutes. Is that what it was? Was minute or hours?
It's 1d6 times 10 minutes.
Okay, so we got 40 minutes, and we rolled a 9.
Okay. I think that makes it impossible for a Junkrat to fail. But let's roll it anyway. Oh, wow, she crushed it. So, yeah. And whenever you're ready, Captain.
Engage.
Bloop. And you're in hyperspace or jump space for a week. And you guys can take yet another study period if you would like, or do any interactions you want to do. Like, did anything come to light during that combat that maybe you're like, we should probably talk about this?
I would like to start off by saying I'm changing my, I'm actually going to start doing my training in navigation now.
Okay. I will let you mulligan your last medic one into navigation if you want to add an extra study period for it.
Oh, that would be great. So I've got 2 weeks of navigation then with that mulligan. Thank you.
Yeah.
Homer, you're awesome. We should give you a real gun now.
Homer is like, I can't believe I hit any of those things, much less as many of them as I did. Also, our Sandcaster rounds are super low. We definitely need those at the next port. We've got 10 of the good rounds, and we've got like 30 of the standard rounds, and that's it.
Maybe I should get remote ops. Or something like that.
What were you putting points into before?
I had mechanic, actually.
You have remote ops.
I have a 0 in remote ops.
Yeah. I mean, it's not negative.
Yeah, but it's a 0.
Yeah, but it's not negative.
I know, but then I was adding a 1 in my education, and then I was rolling 4s, so I'd get 5s. That was it.
Yeah, I just can't take that. I can't take that negative with navigation anymore. That's ridiculous.
That's a good point.
Well, navigation also fits your character way better than medic does. Like, it makes sense that the astrogator would also be good at navigation.
Yep, it does. So, that, like I said, appreciate the mulligan.
I mean, if we're going with what makes sense, the captain with the -3 leadership.
Well, that's about to change, right? How close are you?
I'm only at 3 weeks in.
gonna take you a minute.
Yep.
Well, but
Well,
you're,
you
but
need
you're
to go from-
in negative. I thought. Oh no, maybe it's 8 weeks of study period. It is 8 weeks of study period, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's 8 weeks to go to a 0 then, huh?
Yep.
Copy that.
All right, I'm gonna keep going after mechanic, and this is my 6th week.
Yeah. All right. So unless there's any other commentary.
Luca's gonna go tell Liza that she needs to be like more vital if she wants to be part of the crew. He's not gonna tell her what we do because he's a good spy, and he's gonna say like your information about things and you like brokering like has been super helpful to me, and the captain just needs you to be more vocal. I guess you gotta come to the meetings too. That's kind of tough. Just any chance you get, talk to the captain and tell him how cool you are, because he said definitely maybe, and I really want to turn that maybe into a yes.
You may need to roll a social check for that. That amazing delivery you just did.
Yeah, Luca doesn't. He just says the words out loud. Persuade. It's exactly an 8.
Okay. So she doesn't take offense to that. I will point out, though, that she did exactly during that whole submarine scenario what any passenger or, like, Annika does the same thing. Like, some people just, they're best to stay out of the way.
I'm not saying, like,
Yeah.
you did anything wrong. Like, you staying here and being safe, that was great.
That was not her comment to you. That was my comment towards the captain. Because earlier he made a comment that I interpreted to mean, well, she's not doing anything. Well, yeah, she's not that kind of person.
That was not meant as she should be doing something. That was definitely meant as like factual statement. I was concerned about the fact that I have another living person there.
Ah, gotcha.
That is a passenger. I concur that in a combat situation on a capital ship, there are a great many people whose best position is to stay out of the way.
Yeah, her strength skills are broker, streetwise, advocate, and admin.
Yeah, that sounds like her room is the best place for her.
Yep, pretty much everything else is a -3. So.
Then Luca's going to go for athletics dexterity, and he's going to get his brother's sword and go athletics dexterity with K62.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, you guys come out above Herzenslust.
Yay!
As you guys exit jump space at the 100 diameter limit, there is a silence over the navcom for several minutes, like way longer than you're used to. At the last system, it was delayed a little bit, but that, you figure that was because of combat. But those of you who are used to being, in the big city of the Alliance, as it were, depending on how backwater of a town you've been to, you may not be used to the fact that it takes several minutes before an automated message that is obviously pulsed comes over the navcom and simply says, "Please approach the planet closer to receive navigation instructions." And then, like 15 minutes later, the message repeats. Normally, at this range, you'd have traffic control. And as you guys look throughout the system, other than a handful of defense gunships and a single freighter tacking back and forth, that's obviously doing some sort of designated route, there's no traffic in the system.
Bumfuck Egypt.
Indeed.
All right. Take us in. Yeehaw. So, Ray guides you in, and it's going to take a few hours for you to get in. And by a few, I mean
a lot of hours. But where was it? Did I turn away from the page? I sure did. That's fine. I don't need to know exactly how many hours. It's a unit of time. And as you finally get close enough to get traffic control, the automated beacon asks for your authorization code, or do you need to speak to an operator? It's like one of those automated phone systems, and you guys keep hitting the 0 for operator button. Once again, hours go by of you. Every time it sends that message, you say, no, I need to speak to someone. No, I need to speak to someone. And it just has you in a holding pattern. And then eventually, you get a message. Unidentified starship. Sorry for the delay. I had to drive into the tower from the farm. What's your business? Hello? Anybody home?
Yeah, we're coming in to stop by, see if you guys have any like we got some stuff to trade and whatnot, just stopping by to refuel and see if there's anything about to see while we refuel.
So you're not with the new Culcus or the local planetary services. Let me chalk you down as an independent. Independents aren't allowed to land at the capital. You'll have to land at our Class D landing field. I'll send you the coordinates. Please don't deviate from the landing zone I'm going to be giving you, or the gunships might shoot you down.
Roger.
He sends you a flight plan that doesn't go to the main capital city that you can kind of see on sensors, but instead, it puts you over 100 kilometers away from the capital at a much smaller town. And then the guy comes up, he's like, "Oh, you can land anywhere you want when you get down the field. We're not busy. And I'll send out the refueler and the spaceport people when you get there."
Thank you.
So your coordinates come through, and you guys are going to, all right, let's move all the character tokens off that are going to be needed. Actually, I think we have sideboard tokens for enough people. No, we don't. Let's go ahead and move them off. I lied. There's a Holmes and a Frank and a Aiden and a Luca. Oh, you want to take the whole crew off the ship? I only need the people who are stepping off the boat. So the steward droid doesn't need to be over there.
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to help.
All right, so that was you just pulling things. We're not actually making a conscious decision here.
Oh, never.
Okay. Captain, who else is stepping off the boat with you?
I don't think anybody at the moment.
Okay. Then I'm going to flip it over to our next scene. So as a perfect stranger does its flyover. You guys think you see a really busy landing field as you're coming down here, as you're overflying from this side. But as you get closer, you realize that it's not a really busy landing field. It's a salvage yard with hundreds of ships in it. Right outside this town. As you get past it, you fly over what is obviously some sort of slum before going over it's a decently nice Tech level 6 city. Tech level 6 is pretty low, but it's a much lower tech level than you've been used to. And then you approach the actual landing field, which it can loosely be called that. Basically, they poured concrete pads into a regular, just grassy field and put up a chain link fence around it with a couple of billboards. The ship is much smaller to scale than this. So it's it's going to land over here, but it's going to be much, much smaller. But I'm not going to change the token size because, I need to use that token.
So there's a salvage yard, the slums, and then a Class D landing field.
Yeah. So the Class D, by the way, is basically it's the second lowest you can possibly get as far as infrastructure. Now, as the Perfect Stranger sets down, this weird bus fuel tanker combo rolls up to the field, and you can realize that, like, this has been picking people up. Like, the customs officials and people, they're not here full time. And this bus is bringing them and the fuel tank, and they drive over to the ship and start running hoses to your tank so that they can put fuel in. And there's like 2 security guards and an admin official and maybe 2 more mechanics. And that's the entirety of people who have been sent out to greet you.
Damn.
Hey there, one of the admin people who sounds like he might have been the guy on the radio goes, "Hey, who's the captain? We just need to make arrangements for payment."
That would be me.
Oh, hey there, Cap. This is a mighty fine vessel you got. Is this Imperial? Imperial vessels are nice. Or no, these are Alliance vessels. Alliance vessels are nice. We see a few of them every now and then, but mostly, out here you get far traders.
Yeah, no, we picked it up there. Out here in the rift. Don't know where it came from.
Oh. Well, you won't see many of them built like that out here in the rift. That's definitely not from here. But it's nice. Anyway, how much fuel do you think you need? And I'm going to need to go through some basic, just formalities if you're going to be leaving the landing field, which I'm supposing you might want to do.
That's the plan. Been up there for a while, get some stretch our legs and everything before we go back and continue on.
So let me just set you up with a credit account here, and you can make exchanges in town at the town hall. They got a place where you can swap out for hard credits if you want, or deposits or such. I suggest trading in the market for local goods if you want the best prices. We'll go ahead and start getting you fueled up on credit. There are a couple, formalities here. We're a pretty peaceful place. If you're going into town, we don't want to see any weapons, okay? And by don't want to see any, I don't take any. There is no Star Town here, obviously. So, you go into town, you're in our actual town. If you're going to go out into the wilderness for whatever reason, you are allowed blades and shotguns for defense. There are animals out there you got to be kind of worried about. And you may or may not notice it's a little bit difficult for you fellas to breathe. You'll get used to it after a week or two if you stay here that long, but you may want to consider some respirators until you're used to it.
Appreciate the heads up.
As you guys are looking out over this landing field, there's like a brown grass that's growing out along the field. Looking past the chain link fence, there's like kids playing like soccer in a field out here, and the slum town that's beyond it is it's not a great neighborhood. There's like burnt out cars and shit. You are just now noticing, you thought it was just the exhaust from the ship, but as the ship has now settled in, you are realizing that it is a tainted atmosphere. And whatever it is that's tainted it, while the locals seem to be able to breathe it just fine, your lungs burn every time you take a breath right now.
Frank lights up a cigarette. It's good air.
Oh man. We've got mail to deliver, and I got a couple of cargoes, pallets, a couple of tons of stuff to unload.
Yeah, including a Vargar pirate.
Do you say that?
Not out loud.
Okay, well, just remember that. Be careful about that.
Yeah.
All right, so we can get loaders out here. How many tons of you know where the cargo's going?
Yeah, I have all the details right here.
Okay. Well, most of this stuff's going to have to go into the city. That's going to be 100-kilometer trek on. That's going to cost you a little bit of a premium there for offloading. But yeah, we can get all that unloaded for you.
It's 25 tons.
So he's going to charge you like an extra 100 credits a ton. It's when he says premium, like to him, obviously that's a lot of money. So you're looking at your bottom line and going, that's like not that much.
Man, I'm gonna play the game though because I know we're Blucher.
Man, you gotta haggle.
You're raking me over the coals here, man.
I mean, you gotta pay for the fuel and the truckers and their time. But damn, so he rolls boxcars on his broker check. If you can beat it, so that's a 12 for him because we put him at a 0. But if you can beat it,
the best I can do is match it. I rolled a 3.
He's like, yeah, so like it's the only people we got that can move his cargo. So I hear you, but it is what it is. We're pretty out of the way and the resources are limited.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's like your brother's doing it too, right? I get you.
Well, it's my sister's cousin's boy. But yeah.
I mean, thanks for setting us up. Where's the local data net? I gotta update our libraries for our ship.
All right, so you're gonna have to go all the way into town. All the really fancy connections are at the public library and the town hall. We don't unfortunately have a tap out here at the landing pad. Pretty low tech out here. Speaking of data, I need to get IDs for each of you guys to plug into the local network when I get back. Can I scan your IDs?
I mean, yeah, no problem.
So he takes each of your IDs. I'm assuming y'all just hand over your IDs.
Yep.
Okay, they're all scanned. They're clean, so it's not a big deal. And then he's like, all right, when you guys get your credits all sorted out, I've got a bill of sale for your fuel and your landing pad. The landing pad's a one-time fee per 365 days. So you won't have to pay that for a minute. And he hands it back. So the captain gets a data wafer. It's got a little bit of a bill on it. Standard rates for fuel here in the islands, not anything special. And then he's like, all right, gentlemen, if you need anything, I'm leaving a couple of guards here at the landing pad because we're occupied now, and those gentlemen over by the gate will answer your questions as much as possible, and you can call me if you need me. Here's my comm code. I've been Larry, and it's been a pleasure to help you, and I'll see you guys next time you visit. Welcome to Herzenslust. And he starts wandering off.
As soon as he's outside of earshot, I go, well, we gotta find the drop point hotel, right?
Yep.
You guys have a vague set of coordinates for it.
Yep.
What's this hotel?
I also want to let Junkrat know that there's a giant scrapyard on the other side of town. And
Captain, can I go?
Yes.
Can I go, Captain?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Have a ball.
Well, as you say that, you realize that the coordinates you have for Drop Point Hotel that basically are a big circle that's around the, like, centered on but circled around the junkyard.
Yes.
What's going on? Why are we here?
We're gonna go help Junkrat in the junkyard.
We came all this way to go to a junkyard?
Yeah. You didn't?
No.
I'd like to stop by the library first.
Okay.
All right, so you guys are gonna approach the gate, the guardhouse. And the guards are gonna be like, "We gotta search you guys for weapons before you leave."
I don't got nothing on me.
That's just formality.
I mean, you said we can carry a shotgun, right?
Not if you're going in town.
Does the
Uh,
scrapyard count as town?
The scrapyard is the scrapyard and land and pad are considered part of the town. Yes.
Okay.
Are we gonna lock up the perfect stranger, or like, is it? Can we come back?
You got crew on board. I don't understand the question.
It was really towards the captain.
Oh, sorry.
No, we have people on board. They're gonna, they take care of the ship while we're gone.
So they do, because I'm rolling a couple things. They do hassle Junkrat because she's in her vac suit, and it is in and of itself a little bit of a weapon, which is beyond the tech level that they normally allow people to bring on board. She doesn't display the fact that there's a flamethrower on it, but they're already worried because to them it's a giant mech suit with a strange creature inside. It's pretty backwater. They've probably never seen a WAP before. Is anyone gonna say anything? Because they're like, you're gonna have to get out of that suit.
She can't get out of that, dude. She can't breathe the air. Like that's kind of how she survives.
Really? Can you roll me a deception in this case? You have to beat a 6.
Don't tempt me. I can mess up any roll or boxcars.
Really? What is she? I mean, I don't want to be rude or anything, but that looks like a lizard. The other guy's like, nah, man, that's fine by anyone in amphibians. No, man, it's a lizard. Nah, man, it's amphibian.
She's a blop, actually,
What's a blob?
and you don't want to mess with her. All right, very intelligent creature.
Oh, well, that explains the fancy robot suit. That's pretty cool, though. I mean, we're going to call that life support equipment on the form here. Just try to keep her out of trouble.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Right.
Captain, do we want to take our ride, the rock drive through town?
It raises another question I was about to ask. Is anyone going to try to smuggle weapons past these guards? You've already seen that they are visually and like patting you down. They're not running like a scanner.
I am not going to try to smuggle weapons around. I am going to look around our chain link fence and see if is there any, are they the only security systems for the ship there? Is there...
Yeah, it's these two volunteer part-time police officers who are carrying 9mm pistols. They don't even appear to have extra magazines, and a broken chain link fence. That is the extent of the security here.
I'm gonna try to bring my covert pistol. I'm gonna hide it on my person.
Okay. Anyone else?
I too am going to carry mine.
I don't think it fits in your smuggling compartment.
That's less fun. Then I'm going to hide it on my person.
Okay. Both of them fail to pat you down in the appropriate places, which you've had the advantage of watching a person or two go through and be like, these guys don't want to touch another man's groin, so that's where that's going. And you both make it through with your pistols. Aiden, you gonna be brave, or are you gonna comply?
I am going to comply.
Okay. Alrighty. Oh, you didn't answer the question about the vehicle.
I don't want to bring out the vehicle just yet.
Okay. So you guys are on foot. There's a dirt road that leads into town. You can see the shanty part of the town right from where you're at. And you're going to have to go all the way through town to get to where the scrapyard is.
Have you guys been here before?
Nope.
And what's the plan then?
We're gonna go to the scrapyard. And we're gonna go investigate the scrapyard. After we go to the library.
Okay. I'll just come along then.
All right. The slum part of the town is... It's a rundown set of like corrugated iron shacks. Little bit of woodwork. It's not... it has an Old West feel to it, but with modern building material. But it very quickly fades away to a pretty little... like almost Midwest town, but a little bit more compact. Actually, it's more like a village in Britain, where like the streets, like you can kind of tell that they are not as well city planned, and the houses tend to be kind of smaller. But as you get into the town proper, you would have the opportunity if you wanted to take a cab or a tuk-tuk kind of deal. Because they do have wheeled vehicles as a primary transportation here. The whole time you've been here on this walk, you've seen one flying grav vehicle. With that said, other than the tainted atmosphere, which you guys who are not wearing respirators do need to roll me a resilience check at this point. If you fail your resilience check, you're taking a -1 to pretty much anything that requires you to exert yourself.
Just endurance.
Yep. Endurance.
Feel like a boss.
8.
8 is a pass.
11.
11 is a good pass. I have noticed that Ghost waits for you guys to roll and then picks whoever passed and rolls their dice. I figured a system out.
I got a 5.
He didn't roll your dice. Nobody rolls your dice.
They're smart.
Ghost, what'd you get?
12.
Oh, yeah. So the captain's having a little bit of trouble breathing.
We offer him a cigarette.
I'll pass, thanks.
Puff Puss pass?
No.
That's in that different bag. You want to go get that one?
I got a little bit of that.
So you guys roll through these streets. It's getting a little bit busier. You come to the city center in the old ward, and in here is the city hall, the library, and a strangely named tavern.
Can I look around to see if there's any evidence of any sort of police force, security, anything at all?
It's a very minimum presence. It's definitely like a Mayberry style. Like there's a couple of like regular uniformed policemen with revolvers or semi-automatics, but they're not geared for trouble. And most of the people who have noticed you have been people with like stalls selling stuff. You do notice that even though it's a lower tech level town, some of them are hawking wares above the tech level of the planet. Now you know from your research that this planet is it's a possession of a larger, more advanced power. And
Yes.
like other powers that do that, they've partially kept the population pacified by providing goodies. So some of these people are selling like iPads and such that would be way beyond the tech level of this particular world. Kizik, you are at the place where you could do the thing if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to get into the actual data net. I'm going to plug in my little data chip, and I'm going to send out the signal.
Okay. You go up to a public terminal at the city hall or the library. You plug the chip in. You hit the few buttons that it says, and then ding, and then it comes back, and it basically makes a wireless connection to your stuff, and you have 9,000 local credits, so local currency. They are New Colchis currency. because New Colchis is the power that owns this place. And they've been electronically deposited into your account. Also, all your sale money from the goods will automatically go towards same thing. So it'll be a New Colchis local currency.
Gotcha.
You guys are done in City Hall. You can keep walking. Or you can do something here in City Hall.
I mean, you want to look through the local holonet for Drop Point Hotel?
I don't think there's going to be anything called Drop Point Hotel in the Holonet. I feel like it's a code word thing for this location over here.
Sounds good then. I mean, we're already here right now.
I don't know that I want to walk all the way over there just yet. It's been a while since we've gotten our information about Drop Point Hotel. Like, it's been months since we left to come out here to Drop Point Hotel.
So you want to get drunk in a bar and stay in a sleazy hotel?
I was going to go with get on the net and see if you can pull any news, because we haven't checked like news feeds on, you know, Amondiage, Acadie, New Bern, like that whole conflict. Just general, like, see if we can find out any information about what's going on back there.
I do the things the captain said. Pull up a search for Amondiage, or pull up a search for New Bern.
Okay. I mean, there's going to be all sorts of information that's going to be coming in, but the headlines are that the tensions in the islands are becoming more tense, not less tense. Specifically, there seems to be two igniting factions. A planet called APEP, previously undiscovered, has suddenly not only sprouted out to be a new power, but a new race of sentient serpent-like creatures have suddenly burst forth with high levels of technology. And APEP, New Bern, New Colchis, they have sort of allied with each other. And they are directly opposing Sandsteer, Serendip Belt, Joyous. Like there's like serious tensions between those two alliances of planets now. And it's a lot of speculation. Now, the planet you're on is a subsidiary of New Colchis, so all of the information that's getting through is talking about how New Bern, New Colchis, and APEP are the good guys. It is very, very well propaganded. But it also is, war is inevitable, and we have to fight this war for our freedom and all this jazz. So you're getting a very one-sided newsfeed. It is geared towards the yokels, and if you hear them talking about it, you will definitely hear locals talking about how, they need to go to war. The only way to secure the safety of the islands for the future. After all, Serendip Belt once tried to conquer all of these worlds. They're obviously the bad guys.
Tensions aren't getting worse, Captain. Also, New Bern and New Colchis and a new planet APIP are a big alliance, so we should be real low here. Because New Bern is out to get us.
They are.
Can I go drink, or are you going to tell me what's actually going on here, and maybe I can help?
I was about to say, I'm seeing some serious stalling tactics going on.
I'm pondering. I don't want to go charge into Drop Point Hotel without some prep work, but at the same time, I don't want to like roll into the junkyard with the rock and fully armed and just whatnot.
I would like to tell you that it is 11:47, and you spent the past 7 minutes deciding whether or not to do that.
Sorry, I think too much. Yeah, so Frank, we're trying to recover stuff from Drop Point Hotel specifically, which is the scrapyard over there. It's a very large scrapyard, and there's lots of things that could be in there. Yeah, I think I'm going to go sneak back into. So I'll go back to the ship. Sneak into the ship, grab all my guns and whatnot, and sneak back out of and a respirator, and then sneak back out of the ship, and then go roundabout into and sneak into the scrapyard. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Luca looks up and goes, "You didn't just tuck it in your legs like those guys weren't patting down crotches."
Yeah, assault shotguns take up a little more space than covert pistols.
You could have said you were going hunting later in the woods.
I wanted to check out all the rest of the security that this place had before.
You want maybe while you're doing that, we could scope out the salvage yard.
Yep, that's probably a good idea. We also have Junkrat, who can run cover for us.
I think you should just let me loose in the junkyard. I mean, it's just a junkyard. I don't know what you're so worried about. It's a salvage yard. You're acting like it's Fort Knox. I don't know what that is, but you know. It's freaking Mayberry around here. I bet that guy keeps one bullet in his pocket.
Not that one guy that I'm worried about. It's what I don't see that I'm worried about, especially as this place is allied with New Bairn, who's out to get us. And we're going to a known drop point. By this time, it's been months.
What's known about it? Like Junkrat leans in, like, what's known about it? Wasn't it on your like secret super squirrel thing that like nobody had access to but you?
That's what we believe is potentially there, but I don't know what people have or haven't figured out in the months that it's taken us to get over here.
Well, I want some parts.
Let's do it then.
You guys want some parts?
Yeah, I'll help you go get some parts.
Yeah, I'm good with going too.
That's good. Let's move this along. I don't know. I should probably end it here because really, you managed to drag that out so fucking long.
Sorry.
But I don't know if I can get to the big reveal.
Yeah, we'll start heading into the salvage yard then.
Okay. So you come up to the gate. It's there's a chain link fence around it. There's a gate place where they have kind of a pick apart thing where they're like, hey, it's 10 credits to get in, and you make an offer on any parts you haul out, and if you want us to haul them out for you, it's going to be a fee.
Can we take our own tools? Can we take torches and stuff?
Yeah, man, you can take whatever you want in there as long as you're the one hauling it out.
Cool.
So, the entry guy takes 10 credits from each of you. Do you ask him any additional questions? This is a big place.
Do you have any type R's? You know, the subsidized merchant type R?
Not intact. We got one, and I don't know how much is left of it because a few months ago, another crew came by and they stripped a bunch of parts off of it. So I don't know what's left. But we do got one.
I shrug at at everybody. Well, maybe there's parts for our ship somewhere. I still don't really understand why we're here.
Sounds like it's a good place to just get started.
Sounds good. You guys have fun.
Thank you.
They let you in. Junkrat's like, yeah, so you want me to go to that Type R? And she leans in all conspiratorially. Captain, you think that's where your thing is?
Yeah, let's go there.
Junkrat's just happy to be part of the group. As work your way through this yard, it's mostly either small craft or locally grown islands craft that have been displaced by more modern craft. But there is a Type 1. It's in pretty raggedy shape. It's actually got another ship that's been rested on top of it, like it's been stacked. And, it's a big ship, but it's a ship you know well. So, where do you want to start?
Let's start at the back and work our way forward.
Yeah,
Engine room.
Yeah, I mean, we can get inside. We can do that, Captain. If I was hiding something now... Hold on. Yeah, she definitely do. If I was hiding something now, I'd probably put it in a place where maybe, like, someone who wasn't super familiar with this ship wouldn't think to look. And, you remember when we had that bomb incident? So,
yeah.
Junkrat does not have an accent like that. I was still in junkyard mode.
Right.
He's like, hey, so Captain, you don't remember the bomb incident? Like, that was really hard to get into, and that'd be a great place to, maybe stash something. But I don't want to crawl in that fuel tank. And one of
Aiden for
one of us here has already done it. Okay, so we're on the same page.
He's our most proficient fuel tank diver.
And he's excellent at diffusing bombs.
I suppose so.
So this is how you open it. Sorry, I did it again. So this is how you open the hatch up, and she hands you the right wrench to do it. And she's like, "You don't really need that vac suit you had last time. This wreck hasn't had fueling forever. You'll be fine." And she points to where you got to climb up. You have to actually climb up on the outside of the ship to do it. So my guess is that this is like a this is like a roadworks job where you're going to be climbing up into it, and all of the guys and Junkrat are going to be standing down here at the bottom.
I'll help you up.
Yeah, watching you get in.
Yeah, we got
Just gonna
1
start
foot on
clapping
my
for him.
shoulder, 1 foot on Knowles' shoulder. Had you made it up there yet?
All right, so Aiden gets up in there and he crawls in through the fuel intake the way that he did last time and gets himself into the tank. And a couple things are going to happen at the same time. The first thing happens is Aiden immediately finds a storage container that has a bunch of Alliance credit chits and 2 data cores in it. That's the first thing he finds.
Nice.
At the same time, a number of thugs that looked like they were just other scavengers at first are going to approach the group on the ground. They're going to be like, "You aren't supposed to be here. And we'll take whatever you have on you and whatever you were trying to salvage. And we'll take it now."
Oh, I got something for you.
And
Hey,
we're gonna
guys, you out there?
we're going to go ahead and initiate combat. I'm gonna keep the same initiative order, but you're gonna add a 12 for a baddie, a 7 for a baddie, a 10 for a baddie, and a 4 for a baddie. And any of you who want to re-roll your initiatives, you can. But if you want to just keep whatever's on the board, you can do that too. It's up to you guys.
I'd like to roll.
I thought you were going to be the one that would be like, no, I'm good.
Oh, rolled a 9.
Junkrat is a 6. All right. Anyone else re-rolling your initiatives?
I'll just stay.
I'm good.
All right. So that puts us 2 baddies on top, or 1 baddie on top, 2 baddies on top, 2 baddies on top. So Cheatin' Kennel here, the youngest member of the group, is going to walk up to Holmes and pull out a knife and be like, "You hear me? I want what you got, and we don't have to spill your blood." But he is absolutely going to stab you unless you immediately surrender.
That's not happening.
That is going to be his turn, though, because he hasn't yet initiated. He hasn't yet figured out whether or not they're going to actually have to do that. And, yeah, I think we're going to skip to Luca's turn. These guys are just going to hold action.
I mean, I got a guy who's real close to my captain. There's no like guards that can see us or anything.
There are no guards, period.
Excellent. The guy that's closest to the captain's going to take a silenced bullet to the forehead.
Oh, so you're going straight to guns? Okay. I'd like to point out. Actually, no. I did something wrong. I had this guy pull a knife, which totally warrants that reaction. That guy shouldn't have pulled a knife. He should have just threatened the captain. And I'd like to retcon that before you make this decision. Because so far, these guys are just fists.
Okay, well, if he hadn't pulled a knife on the captain, I'm going to touch my gun. I know where it is, and it's ready to go. But until they hurt my captain, they're not going to get shot. I'm going to say, whoa, we're just scavenging here. You can't just take our stuff.
Okay. Aiden, you hear a commotion outside. What do you do?
I kind of, hey guys, what's going on out there? I kind of just try and peek my head out the corner of the vent there.
It's not like that. You either crawl out, which is a huge deal to do. There's no peeking your head out. You have to work the mechanisms. It's like a double wired thing. It's going to take several turns to do it. You can still call out, though. You can say all of those things, but you just got to understand that you are in a really bad situation where...
What, do I hear, like, yelling and stuff, or is it, like, just loud talking?
You hear a pretty good commotion. There's definitely a ruckus outside.
You're on
right.
comms with us.
Yes. You also have, brain comms.
Oh, that's right. I got brain... so I am actually just going to hold position and stay quiet for a moment and just listen to what's going on.
Okay. Frank, what are you going to do?
I'm going to take a threatening and intimidating step towards Mr. Berkeley the Bull.
Okay. Mr. Berkeley the Bull. Well, if you're going to do something else, you can.
Nope, I wanted to make an intimidation kind of thing.
Okay. I think he's going to swing at you.
Alrighty then.
He's got a giant wrench in his hand, and he just takes a swing at you. Would you like to dodge it?
Yes,
You have a rank in dexterity.
I do.
Okay, well, that makes him fail. So
Excellent.
He brings that big red wrench back and tries to swing at you, and it misses.
I roundhouse kick him in the face. Chuck Norris.
You know, you haven't technically used an action yet, so I'm gonna let you do it. Go ahead and do a unarmed melee.
Oh, there's melee. Oh, I have a 1. Nice. All right, 7, 8, and then strength 9. 9 total.
Sweet. Go ahead and do your damage. Damage for a unarmed attack is 1d6.
Carry over the 1.
Yep.
Sweet, 6 damage.
Awesome. All right, let me see. I got stats for these guys over here. Oh, they do not have any armor, so this is going to be fun. You said you did 6?
6.
Awesome. You collapse like 2 of his ribs with a roundhouse kick.
Oh yeah.
And he doubles back. He was not expecting that reaction. And the gentleman behind him is going to be the guy who goes next, Miss Mace guy. He's going to see you do that. And he's going to pull out a small makeshift pistol called a zip gun. And he's going to attempt to shoot you with it. It is not a skill they have. And it's not a great weapon. So the shot goes off, but it doesn't actually hit you or anyone else. And you see it go, oh shit, and he like snaps the breech open. It's a single shotgun too, so like it has to be reloaded manually each bullet.
That's not a gun. This is a gun.
You haven't gotten to that part yet, but that's probably gonna happen. And then Junkrat's like, oh, we're doing this now. Okay, that's fine. And she steps forward. And with her heavy grappler hand on her vac suit, she brings it down on Berkeley the Brute's head and crushes his skull in one hit. I was supposed to do that, right? And it's now Holmes' turn.
Gentlemen, we should stop this. Looking at this guy in front of me like there's no reason for us to fight. We're just here in a salvage yard, salvaging stuff. We're gonna defend ourselves, obviously. Like, back up.
That is a ineffective tactic.
I'm gonna punch this guy.
I will let you. Okay, you could do that too. I'll let you attempt to intimidate them if you want. I mean, they did just watch a skull get crushed.
I think I have intimidation. I'm going to attempt that. Maybe I do. I know it's on here. Is it not on here?
I don't think so. I think it's persuade.
Persuade it is then. My 5 does not do it.
Negative. Last baddie. Well, other than the other ones, we're gonna let the other guy with a gun go. Okay, so that's a hit. And that's boxcars. This one's gonna do some damage. -3. +2, so -1. That's a 11 damage to orange or green. Who wants what between Holmes and Luca?
Green.
Orange.
Okay. Luca takes 11 damage, minus whatever your soak is for any body armor you're wearing, as a bullet shears through your shoulder. And then we're going to go to the top of the round. And Winston 9 lives here is going to be like, no, Berkeley! And he's going to run in and attack Frank. He has a Kniffy in his hand. Would you like to dodge?
Yeah.
Do you have a melee weapon in your hand?
No.
Okay. Alright, well, he rolled an 8, but you dodge gives him a -1. So he misses with his knife. And now Cheating Kennel is going to pull out his knife and try to stab the captain. And 6 doesn't get the job done, so he also misses. And that makes it Luca's turn.
Luca just took all of his strength. Is he now passed out?
All of his endurance, you mean?
Yes.
If he took it all in one shot, then yes, he is absolutely passed out. Roll a -3 endurance check. If you have a point in physical endurance. You don't on the sheet, at least.
Oh, for like athletics endurance?
Yeah.
If I don't have...
Wait, what armor? What?
Because you can't pass. Well, I don't think he's wearing any armor.
I have my Protect suit on.
Okay, that's
11 damage is 11 damage. It's 8. I have 6.
Oh, that makes sense.
7.
Okay. Well, you're not going to be getting up this turn, but you might next turn.
Yeah, so my hand was on my pistol, and then I get shot, and I just fall straight to the ground.
Aiden, it's your turn. What are you doing from in there?
All right, so I hear all the commotion going on outside. I could definitely notice there's some stuff going on and kind of hear what's happening. So I'm actually going to start making my way out of the fuel area.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring that stash with me a little bit, but I also, while I'm doing that, I want to look around for any type of a weapon that I could use I could use to defend myself and or protect others.
You can scavenge a weapon, or you can shimmy out.
I'm gonna scavenge a weapon first.
Okay. So that's going to be a mechanics roll to take something apart in there. You'll end up with a cudgel.
So it was a 3, 4 actually.
That's not quite going to make it.
Nope.
Don't find anything loose enough to take apart with what you have with your bare hands. Frank, it's your go.
I'm gonna turn Winton 9 lives into Winton no lives by drawing my pistol and shooting at his ass.
Okay. That's a minor action and an action.
I got an 8 total to hit him. No, I'm sorry, I got 2 in slug now.
That's sad for him.
Yeah.
So that's a 10. So roll your damage.
Pow pow. Sorry, this is D3, D-3. That's what I needed to
Yes.
remember here. Oh, thank you, Kizik.
3 dice minus 3. Plus your effect.
11 total.
8.
What's your
Am I
8?
wrong?
He had a +2 from his...
Oh, okay.
effect.
Yep. 11 it is.
Yeah?
Okay. 11 is enough to render this one unconscious the same way. So, like, it's a through and through. And he rears back. I'm going to say he's incapacitated in a different way. He's in so much pain that while he hasn't passed out from it, he is, like, on the ground, like, writhing and screaming as blood is gouting from his bullet wound that's coming out of his shoulder. But he is out of the fight. And then we're going to go back to Mace the Gren. He can't move if he wants to reload. Oh, he rolls a 9. He's going to shoot at Frank. Frank, do you want to dodge?
Can I dodge a bullet?
You're allowed to dodge when you're being attacked, even if it's being fired upon. But in this case, it won't stop you from being hit, but it will not give him that +1 on his damage roll.
I do have 1 dex, yeah, I will dodge.
Okay. It's 2d -3, so it's not great unless he rolls boxcars, which he did. So -3. So he did 9 damage, minus whatever your soak is.
My soak is fantastic.
Okay. And then after him, got another baddie. So, Dustan the Beast, with his big old ranch, is going to step over here. He's going to try to hit the giant mech suit that is Junkrat. And he is going to hit the giant mech suit that is Junkrat. And he is going to fail to penetrate the armor of the giant mech suit that is Junkrat. So he's going to bring up this big wrench and hit Junkrat. And it's a really palpable, like, bang. And then Junkrat's just going to slowly turn at him. And it's that moment where everyone in the party realizes that this guy just fucked up.
Except for me. I'm asleep.
And then it's Junkrat's turn, conveniently. Nope. She does not manage to attack him, so I'm going to say she just turns towards him. She doesn't actually attack him. And then Holmes.
I'm stuck in a fight here with stabbing McStabberson here.
Yep.
And I'm going to punch him.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to punch him.
You're close enough to grapple if you wanted.
Yeah. 7? 7.
That doesn't quite work. All right. So, let's see. Next is the last baddie, which is Mr. Blackjack over here. He can't shoot for shit, but he does try. And then we go back to the top of the round. All right, some of the baddies are down. So I'm going to take the top 2 off the board and start with Luca. Luca, roll your resilience. You now are at a -2, which makes it just possible with boxcars for you to wake up.
Oh, 10.
Oh.
It's pretty good, but not there. All right, so next up is Frank. No, next up is Aiden.
So I failed to find myself any type of thing to help protect myself or defend myself or cause damage. So I'm just going to keep on whittling myself out of this fuel tank area.
Okay, you need to make a dexterity roll, athletics dexterity.
Copy.
Sorry, I'm rushing you through it, but I'm trying. We're a little bit over, and I'm trying to get through this.
Got a 6.
Okay, well, you don't quite make it out of there this time. You are working your way through, though. Frank?
So I shot Mace. Yes. 12.
Excellent. Roll your damage.
Nine damage. It's a bad roll.
It's still enough to knock him unconscious.
Is that right, Kizik? No, -3. 6 damage. Sorry.
Oh, that's not. So you shoot him, and it wings him, and he's hurt, but he's not down.
7 damage.
Okay. 7 damage is also not enough. Still, same result. But I will put it on there because we got to remember it. And he's going to go next. I think, yep, got 2 baddie turns. Okay, so that's a 4. That doesn't hit shit. And the next baddie is going to be Mr. Cheating Kennel, who's, trying to stabby Mr. Aiden. Mr. Aiden, do you have a dodge score?
He's not stabbing Aiden, he's stabbing me. And
Sorry.
yes, I have a,
say, what?
Holmes. I get those two confused. Your 2 icons, for whatever reason, are very similar to me.
Okay.
I have 1 in dexterity, yes.
Okay. So that's a dodge. That brings this 9 down to an 8, which doesn't give him a bonus on doing damage. He is using a dagger, which I don't even know what the stats on that are. Let me roll down here. 1d plus 2. You rolled a 3, so it's 5 damage if that makes it through your soak.
It does not.
That's a bad day for him. That's just about as good as he can do. Alrighty, and then we come around to Junkrat, who is going to once again try to take that big metal arm and squishy, and Snake Eyes. She trips, and you hear this loud clunk as she falls backwards. And Holmes.
I'm going to grab Cheaty McNichol, whatever, yeah. And I'm going to grab his hand as he reaches in to stab me and see if I can disarm him.
Okay, so we're going to do an opposed grapple. Roll your unarmed? Yeah, unarmed melee check.
Well, that 3 is not going to...
No.
Not going to do much.
Nope. You're not able to win the grapple with him. He rolled an 11, so it would have been really hard to beat anyway. And the last baddie is this blackjack guy again, who can't move if he wants to reload. Rolls a 6, has a -3, so he has a 3 effectively. He can't hit shit. Bang, bang, bang. Come to the top of the round. Luca gets another roll. It's at a -1 now, so now you can get an 11 and wake up.
Snake Eyes.
I don't think you're getting up.
Or asleep.
Aiden, we're back to you. You're still trying to shimmy out, right?
Yep, still trying to shimmy out.
Junkrat fell on my feet.
Hey, we got a 10 that time.
I don't know what button you're hitting, but it keeps changing this to a 1. I bet you've changed 1 to your push to talk.
I did. It's like, I'm like, okay, so that's obviously not a good button.
I would use, if you have a side mouse button on your mouse, that's what I would use.
Okay, could I do that then?
Left control is also very popular. So, okay. That's Aiden. Frank is next.
I am going to shoot. Oh, can I? Aiming is a minor action, right? I can aim once and fire?
That is correct. Gives you a +1.
Alright, I'm going to do that.
Who are you going for?
Dunstan the rat, Dunstan the beast, sorry.
You also get a +1 for being point blank.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So that's an 8 total to hit.
Okay, roll your damage.
-3 is 6. 6 damage.
He hasn't apparently taken any damage yet, so he takes that damage. And it is now 2 of the baddies' turns. So Dustin, who's been shot, and Mace, who's been shot, they make a break for it. They're like, "Fuck this! You get what's coming to you!" And they're talking a whole mad shit, but they are running. And that makes it Junkrat's turn, who's going to try to get up.
Don't let them get away.
Junkrat does not get up. And Holmes, it's your turn.
Okay, well, I'm in the middle of my very poorly going grappling contest with him. I'm going to continue. Try to grapple him and disarm him.
Okay, got to beat a 7.
10.
10 beats a 7. You may disarm him if you'd like.
I absolutely want to disarm him.
Okay. You now have a dagger in your hands.
Yay!
All right. Last baddie is a guy who hasn't been able to shoot so far, and a Snake Eyes means his gun explodes because it is a dangerous weapon. I rolled boxcars on damage. Okay. This guy's arm hand, his right hand just evaporates with the pistol, and he starts screaming in terror and like fear and pain as he's looking at his now evaporated hand and starts wildly running after these guys.
Now he's Adrian No Fingers.
Yep. So that brings us to the top of the round. Luca, you want to
Stay asleep.
Okay. Aiden,
Did I successfully make it out?
have you rolled to pass it yet?
I did. I rolled a 10 last time and we made a comment about me having the wrong button.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, well, you are out then. You are on the ground. You see, you see most of these guys running for their effing lives. A few of them are on the ground. Some of them are probably dead.
I am going to run over to Luca and see if I can help him up.
Okay. Roll medic.
He got a 9.
Do you have a rank in medic?
I have a 0.
You have a 0. Okay, that works. You recover 1 point of endurance. Luca, you are on your feet.
I reach down for my gun.
Frank, it's your turn.
Anyway, I'm gonna start blasting.
Makes
I'm
sense.
just gonna keep shooting.
Okay, you're taking a -2 because you're dipping and weaving between like wrecks and stuff, but they're still in range. Unless you want to shoot Mr. Cheating Kennel over here, in which case he's point blank.
Yeah, I'll shoot him.
Okay.
And I'll aim.
Okay.
So that'll be a +4 total to this roll. 13.
You know, roll your damage. Don't forget your
Yep.
effect.
5 effect, but
Oh,
minus
he's
3.
he's dead.
15.
You pull the trigger and his brain matter explodes all over the side of the thing, and he's down.
I have killed so many men today.
Have you?
That's the second one I've killed, right?
That's so many. I just thought that number would be at least double digits. Okay, so narratively, the other guys make it to the chain link fence and get away. Winston 9 Lives is still alive, but he is passed out from blood loss. This guy's skull is crushed, and this guy's head is gone.
Do you want to hide these bodies, Captain?
Yes, and we tie up and interrogate Winston 9 Lives.
Alright, so I want to do the big reveal, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit. You can still tie up and interrogate 9 Lives, like, next session. However, Holmes, you're going to get a call put through from the Perfect Stranger, and the call is from Agent Dexter. And he's going to be like, why is the Perfect Stranger on Herzen's Lust? I gave you a mission on Joyeuse. I need you to meet me in the park, and we need to talk about why you're here.
Roger.
Would you forward that information to the entirety of the party?
Yes.
Okay. Just need to be clear that means everybody in the party has now heard that message from Dexter.
And then I turn to the captain and say, I'm out.
Dun dun dun. And next time on Traveler, we will do the stunning conclusion of said adventure. Great job. Sorry we ran over, guys. I was trying to get to that very specific point.
It's very specific.
Very.
All right. Thank
Think
you.
about that.
Thank you, everybody on stream, for watching, and we will see you next time.